1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can you feel the hype? It is time for our second weekend of coverage of Diplomacy's big dance, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. This is the last chance that our players have to qualify for the Super 7 and to play on to win the top board, win the Callhammer Cup, and become the first ever DBNI Diplomat of the Year. Welcome. I am Brian Pravel. I am your host today. I am joined by Kevin O'Kelly, who will be filling out our producer role. Welcome, Kevin.
I was stoked hearing that video. It's getting me excited. Hopefully it's getting the audience excited. I know the players are excited.
Yeah, so the DBNI is a 28-player tournament of the top ranked players from the 2020 season. All throughout the season, players were awarded points for their success at qualifying events. And we have today the very last shot, the last two games for them to get their final qualifying points to get into that Super 7 and get onto that top board. I am excited.
Yep,
So,
23 players played last week. 5 have totally played both games. So there's a lot of action left to happen today.
Well, Kevin, let's take a quick look at what the structure of this tournament is for those who may be joining us recently.
Excellent.
Right.
So as I mentioned before, we're having the players kick it off. As Brian mentioned, it was the top 28 ranked. I know a couple of them couldn't play because of conflicts, but the DBN crew put together a scoring system to accumulate points through the tournaments that people played in. Over the last weekend and today, players will play 2 games of their choosing. Players from different time zones can time it nicely. Both games are scored equally. We're using an open tribute system. The link is on the diplobn.org. And as we go through those, once players play both games, the Super 7 will advance to next week's top board. Game time to be determined once we get everything. And as Brian mentioned, the winner will be the Diplomat of the Year. It's an exciting way to wrap up a virtual season, a first ever virtual season. But the play has been outstanding so far. And again, can't say enough about today.
Yeah, Kevin, last weekend, we had some really, really fun games. It was almost a tale of two rounds. The first round felt really typical to me for what you'd see at a tournament. We had a couple of very good, solid results from Conrad Woodring and Russ Dennis in particular. Got some really solid scores. Very likely that they will make the top Super 7 based off of those scores. There's still a chance. There's a lot of dynamic things, but they had a really solid showing. But man, round two, Kevin, talk to us about what happened in round two.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, with having the choice of playing whenever time was available for you, 5 players chose to play last weekend in both games. And so with that, they knew their tournament was on the line. And I believe if we when we get to the scores, you'll see that I don't think any of those top 5 had done well. The 5 had done well in their first game, and so they needed to go all out in round 2, leading to longer games, more dynamic play. It felt like the final round of a tournament going on to a top board, because for those 5 players, it was. Obviously, the other 9 were just getting into their first round game. So it was a different way to manage. If you're playing in the final round of a tournament, it's everyone's final round. Well, those 5 and those 9 had different play types. So it'll be interesting to see today who's playing in their final shot versus who's playing in their first shot, because there are going to certainly be some players today that have no games yet and will be playing 2 today. So the play style led to open play, stabs, and 2 solos at the end. So we've got a nice leaderboard heading into round 3.
Yeah, I mean, if the goal of a first round in an event is to try and set the bar high and play from the top, play from ahead, it doesn't get any bigger than both games in the second round resulting in solos. And I mean, I loved to see they went for it. And it wasn't just the players who soloed, like the other players on the board were competing and taking their shot too. So oh man, it was so much fun to watch. In many ways, I felt like we were seeing diplomacy in almost a pure form, and that we had, it was solo or nothing. Because for so many of these players, especially those that had played their second game, like if they did not get that score, it didn't really matter. So we saw them swinging for the fences. It made for some exciting games. And man, if that's what we had in our first round of coverage, everybody is going to be in that boat today. So I can't wait.
David Hood will be excited.
So Kevin, one thing I wanted to ask you is how do you feel like having 2 solos could potentially impact the way that the games today play out? Does it impact the standings at all? Like what impact or effect does that have?
So have been watching and listening games that have started from the morning and not given anything away, but players have all acknowledged it. They know it's out there. Everyone was aware that there were 8 boards in these qualifying rounds, and only a Super 7 will come out of it. So everyone knew that just because you topped the board didn't mean that it was a guaranteed go forward. And like you mentioned, the conservative opening play of round 1, both of those board toppers did not play in the second round last weekend. So coming into today, even those board toppers knew it's possible if there are 4 more solos today, we might have those top board toppers from last week might not make it. So everyone is aware of the elephant in the room, that you have to play your best today. We don't know if solo play will be on board, or if people play it, the ones who haven't played an opening round or a first game yet, how are they going to approach it? We didn't do any pregame interviews, so we don't know how they're feeling about it yet. It'll be interesting to see as these games progress what type of strategies. And we also noted someone playing a first round game who has a solo going may throw away their second round game tonight. They may say, okay, fine, I'll drag this first game out as long as I can, maybe to get a result. We don't know what individual players are playing. Some players are long-term players. They don't mind a game going into 19, 15, 16, 17. You may see some games drag out really long on your broadcast today. I haven't seen a lot of the details getting into it, but today I'd say order in Uber Eats. Hopefully you went to the grocery store and got your drink of choice. This broadcast may tail into the 10 p.m. Eastern broadcast you have going on tonight. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, with that, let's welcome to the stream Mr. David Hood. David, how are you doing?
Hey, fine. How you guys doing, fellow dipsters?
David, we are going to bid farewell to Kevin, release him back to his producer duties. And David, if you don't mind, we will have you introduce a couple of people that are important to our hobby history. What can you tell us about the board names that we're going to see today and some of the important history of why we chose these individuals?
Well, in many ways, the DBNI is about the present and really the future of the diplomacy hobby. But we have chosen to sort of memorialize some names from the past. So last week we had 4 hobbyists from the past whose names were used as the game names for last week's games. Today, for this round, we have the names Kathy Caruso and Fred Davis. Now, Kathy joined the hobby in the late 1970s. Kathy was, a trailblazer, really, and a mentor for other female players in the diplomacy hobby. Melinda Holly has mentioned this before, how much of a mentor Kathy was to her. And Kathy was much more than that. She was a very well-known diplomacy writer. She had a subzine that she used and that she published and ran games. She was a noted Italy specialist back in the day. Back when Italy was really considered the poor stepchild of the great powers, and she wrote a lot of articles trying to make it clear that Italy can be strong if you do the proper moves. So she was certainly known for that. And I would say also it's important to know that that the people that we mentioned here are not perfect people, and that was everybody last week and everybody this week. You know what? Because there are no perfect people. One of the things that Kathy is particularly known for is the fact that she was the leader of one of the 2 factions of the hobby's great feud, which raged in the hobby from about 1984 to about 1987 or so, and really was a source of a lot of conflict and problems. But that doesn't matter because she had so many wonderful things that she did for the hobby that I don't mind the fact that many people would say that she was part of this really negative aspect of the hobby. That's exactly when I came into the hobby, was in the mid 80s, and I remember it very well. The hobby flourished even given the great feud. But Kathy was as you can see on the screen, I'm not exactly sure what her year of birth was. I tried to look that up, but I remember very well when she passed away in 2002 from complications related to her lung cancer. And it was very sad for the hobby in general. And after she passed away, the hobby created an award in her name, the Lifetime Achievement Award, which was given out for a number of years.
One of the things that was interesting to me as I was learning about Kathy, I had read some of her Italy articles back on throughout my career. First of all, I wasn't even aware that they were written by her, so that was cool. But one of my favorite things is she had kind of like a subzine. Like she would write her own zine and then she would publish that inside of other people's zines. Can you talk to us about what, how did those zines work? Like what, that's such a foreign concept to some of us in the modern hobby.
Sure. Well, a zine, was published by a person who literally typed it up, mostly on a typewriter back in the day, typed it up, made copies, sent it out in the mail. A subzine was when someone wanted to do the writing and maybe do the games mastering for games, but did not want to do all the rest of that. So they would write all that stuff, send it to the zine editor, and it was published as a part of that particular zine. That's why they called it a subzine. It was actually a very common scenario, and there are still some today. My buddy Peter Sullivan, who lives in the UK, has a subzine in Doug Kent's zine that still gets published now online. So subzines still exist, but Kathy was particularly known for that. The one thing that you can see on the screen is a picture of an issue of Diplomacy World that she edited, issue 41.5. You can see that she used the word dip girl for it. And that was an issue of Diplomacy World that was specifically dedicated to female players in the hobby. It was really an amazing thing. I think it was in about 1984 or something like that.
Well, we definitely owe a lot to Kathy and the others of that zine era. We would not be here today without that. Similar, we would not be here without our second individual. Would you like to introduce Fred Davis?
Yeah, Fred Davis, who is somebody I actually knew pretty well personally, because when I joined the hobby, he was still frequently coming to conventions. In fact, even into his 80s, and I can't remember exactly what year he passed away, but it was 10 plus years ago. He was still coming to conventions in the DC area, even though he couldn't hardly see. And he would come because his wife came with him and she acted as his eyes. And he was so dedicated to the hobby. He was particularly known for the variant hobby. He was in charge of the North American Variant Bank for a long time, which was a depository of variants that you could write away to the variant bank custodian. He would send you copies that you could use to play either face to face or in the zines with. So I think he joined the hobby in 1968 and made his first variant in 1969. The screen picture you're seeing here is a variant he worked on called Zeus, where he and another guy collaborated to make a variant that was sort of a global variant. But as you can see, the map is seen as it was sort of with the North Pole in the middle. So Fred also published his own zine, which was called Bushwhacker, which I used to play in back in the 80s. And I put in here Great Feudist because he was one of the figures on the other side of the Great Feud from Kathy Caruso. What Kathy's side would have called Fred's side the dark side of the hobby. That's literally what they called them in the mid 80s. And the reasons for the feud are not important. The important thing I want to say is those disputes are all gone. And what we are left with now is the positive aspects of these hobbyists doing what they did. And Fred, in particular, for the variant hobby, he sort of took the reins from Don Miller, who's one of the people we memorialized last weekend. He sort of took the reins for the variant hobby and moved it forward. And the last thing I want to say about Fred, because he was a little bit of a coot. Let me just say what we call in the South an old coot. He always had a lot of fun opinions, and he was a gossip columnist. He really was. He would write things that were sort of gossipy, and he'd throw shade on people and stuff. It was kind of interesting. He used to have he actually published a list of the hobby's most influential people every year, which sounds like something from the old People magazine, and that's because that's about the way he treated it. But he was, again, not a perfect person. I would argue that he had significant flaws, but someone that we really owe a lot to in our hobby today. The great hobbyists of the past included Kathy Caruso and Fred Davis.
Well, David, we always appreciate the chance to look back on the shoulders that we are standing on today. So appreciate that. And I think it's good to have an encouragement to, as we interact with each other in this community, to show patience and grace and appreciate the contributions that everybody is making to this wonderful hobby that we all love. So
true. So true.
Thank you for your help, your part as well.
You got it.
All right. Well, with that, we will say farewell to Mr. Hood, and we are going to welcome to our stream our on-broadcast analysts, beginning with my dear friend, Corey, and the man who loves to give advice about Germany, Mr. Doug Moore. Welcome to the broadcast, both of you.
Thanks, Brian.
So, Corey, would you quickly introduce yourself? Oh, you are on mute, Corey.
That seems to be a habit of mine. Apologies. My name is Corey Nesland. I am part of the Windy City Weasels, currently the treasurer. And I started playing maybe 2.5 years ago, something like that. It feels about 2 years. And did pretty well in my third game and have had ups and downs since then. But I won the most recent league game, I think, the 2020 league. I can't remember what the title is.
You won the Weasel Royale. So
there we go.
It's the end of season championship game for Chicago's Windy City Weasels Club. So well deserved, beating out me and Brandon Fogel to achieve that. And
A great
this year.
accomplishment.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. And a man who hardly needs introduction, but I will ask him to give one anyway, Mr. Doug Moore.
Thanks, Brian. I'm Doug Moore. I'm out here in Portland, Oregon these days, but used to be in the Washington, D.C. Diplomacy hobby. And I've won a couple of tournaments here and there and been playing diplomacy in tournaments for about 20 years now.
And you've won a small couple of world champions along the way. So congratulations on that. And thank you both for joining us. Look forward to talking about some fantastic diplomacy games today. What do you say we dig into them right now?
Let's do it.
All right. So the first board we're going to look at is going to be Fred Davis. On this board in Austria, we have the 28th ranked Brad Blitzstein from Vermont. In England, we have the number one world champion, or not world champion, number one in the standings, Tanya Gill, also the VDL champion, Virtual Diplomacy League. In France, we have number 8, Andrei Gribakov. In Germany, we have an alternate, our first alternate participating in this tournament, Mr. Dave Roberts, who we just recently, viewers of the Deadline news segment that David Hood puts together, saw a really interesting interview with Mr. Roberts talking about using diplomacy in education. I definitely recommend watching that broadcast if you get the chance, just to find out about a really interesting topic and to hear Dave. He's a really seems like a good person, the kind of person I'd love to have as a teacher. In Italy, we have number 2 player, John Anderson from Utah. In Russia, we have one of our board toppers from round 1, number 23, Conrad Woodring. And in Turkey, we have number 21, Russ Dennis, who was one of our other round 1 board toppers and the editor of the fantastic Diplomacy Briefing, which is a wonderful newsletter that everybody should subscribe to if you get a chance. So this is a loaded board and I cannot wait to get into it. But we're actually not quite ready to talk about this game because, folks, we have been mass bombed. We are actually going to be bringing up number 5 game, Kathy Caruso, because it's Jason Massbaum. We have to go with our first alternate. So on this board, really quickly, in Austria, we have number 4, Ed Sullivan, who soloed in round 2 and is our current tournament leader. Second place. In England, we have number 29, Jason Massbaum. In France, we have the Scorpion himself, Windy City Weasels, Christian Klein. In Germany, we have number 19, Natty Schaefer from Salt Lake City. In Italy, we have best country specialist, Maxim Popov. In Russia, we have Sergey Sergeyan from New Hampshire. In Turkey, we have the big guy from Big Sky, number 27, Craig Mayer from Billings, Montana. So this is another exciting board. Corey, I'm going to lead it off with you. What are some of the storylines that you're excited about for this game?
Well, I think it'll come as a surprise to no one that I am so excited to see what Christian does with this board. I play with him regularly. Obviously, he's out of Chicago. I'm also super interested to see what Jason does, given that his switch in was relatively recent. And yeah, I mean, these guys are all great players. So it's going to be a good game. I can tell already.
Doug, what about you?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what influence Jason Massbaum has as he massbombs into this game. As sort of a wild card, he didn't play in the first round. He gets one opportunity to make a mark. And with those solos that we had last week, really everybody in this game really needs to focus on what they need to do to get to the top board. And they are, most of them are going to need a big result. So this game could go for a long time.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things, in fact, let me go ahead and bring this up now because I did not go over it. Our current standings, beginning at number 1, we have Marcus Ziltra with a massive score of 392, but both of his games played. So this is as high as he's going to be able to get. He had a solo and a survival. Peter McNamara has a score of 340 with another solo. In Russ Dennis, we have a top at 160. Conrad Woodring had a top with 100 points. Then we get into our survivalists: Maxime Popov, Sergey Sergeyan, Ben Kelman, Nicolas Sahuke, Hunter Ketcher, Brad Blitzstein. Moving on to positions 11 to 20, Jackson Roberts, Natty Schaefer, Tommy Anderson. And then this is where it gets interesting. Every other player on the board, thanks to all of the solos that took place in that second round, have a score of 0. So the net effect is that it's really evening out these scores so that, I mean, really anybody has a shot at making it into that top 28, into that Super 7 to play for that top board. So when we look through at this list, one of the things that's really interesting to me is how are these players going to compete? And does someone like Jason Massbaum, who has not played around yet, I mean, he's got a shot just like everybody else with a good result to make it onto that top board. So what do you say we dig into it and start looking at this gameplay?
Let's do it. I'm excited for today, Brian. I do have a couple of questions. First of all, are we going to have a competitor against you for best hair this week? Will we see an Italy go west? Will Turkey not get piled on for the first time, seemingly and forever? And most importantly, is there going to be a Germany who builds a fleet and an army instead of both of the other? Looking at you, Siobhan.
It was a rough week for Germany's across the board. So, all right. So let's dig into it. Beginning in spring of 1901, Doug, you are on the top of my screen. So I'm going to give you the first choice. Would you like to go in the east or the west?
I want to start out in the west with the mass bomber.
Fantastic. All right. So that means I am going to ask Corey to lead us off in spring of 1901.
All right. Well, looks like we have some interesting moves. Most of them are pretty normal, but I see Smyrna has headed to Syria. So that's a interesting first move for Craig. Other than that, it looks pretty standard. I would be guessing that there's a Lepanto potentially coming for Craig, so maybe we're not going to get a Turkey that gets out of the box this game. But we'll see. It's too early to say for sure.
Yeah, switching gears to the west, what really draws the eye is the fleet going to the English Channel, obviously. You see as well, Christian Klein supports himself into Burgundy. This used to be a very common move for France, which was support yourself to Burgundy in the chance or situation where you get 2 or 3 powers attacking you. If you support yourself to Burgundy, you could protect all of your home centers and build one from Spain. So you don't get somebody able to like sneak in and stop you. So Christian here, maybe it looks grim, but he can cover Brest and still build in Spain. And we don't know if Natty and Christian talked about this, if this is a source of real friction, but I guarantee you that channel conversation after Spring 01 is probably going to be filled with some grumbling.
So I would say so.
Corey, I just wanted to ask you, what do you make of the Turkish move to Syria?
You know, to be honest, I have no idea why you would choose to go to Syria in 01. It could be a misorder. It could just be a random decision. But Craig is a good player, so I have to assume that he has a reason. But if there's a reason for this, I don't know it.
Yeah, I think this is a favorite opening of Andrew Goff, world champion, multiple world champion Andrew Goff. And he has used that against me before when I was Italy. And he explained it to me during our diplomacy as a giant FU to the idea of a Lepanto. He's like, yeah, come on, you can bring it. Italy, you get nothing if that happens. And if I remember correctly, he definitely won the matchup between the two of us.
Well, then it sounds like it's a good move.
Well, given the track record of Turkey recently, I think that Turkish players need to shake things up a little bit, because pretty much every game, seemingly, we're seeing AI clobber Turkey. And like I said, as some of my questions, it's getting a little old, folks. Do something different.
Yeah.
All right. Well, something that I will also point out that I find interesting is that nobody mentioned the move of Venice into Trieste. This has become so common in our 2020 season play that it's almost not even noteworthy anymore. That key opening used to be raising some eyebrows, but now it's almost a default opening for a potential Austria-Italy alliance. Personally, I feel like it helps Italy a little more than Austria, but it's an opening I like as both players. So. All right, fall of 1901. Doug, why don't you lead us off?
I think the most important thing that I see is the English Channel goes to Belgium, combined with Mid-Atlantic covering Brest. So even though England here, Jason Massbaum, is not attacking Christian's not sure. You can tell based on these moves that folks in the West aren't sure of what's going on, who's friends with whom. Look at Natty supporting Sergei into Sweden while England is convoying an army to Norway, which is generally considered to be anti-Russian. It's really interesting. This is not, I would say the dynamics here with who's working with whom is very unclear. And, the players are feeling that pretty keenly based on these set of orders.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Just from looking at Christian's initial moves, I had a feeling that he might be feeling very defensive. It seems like Craig also felt very defensive right out the gate. And I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised given the solos and the fact that they need a high result this game.
Yeah, and following on with that AI, here we can see that Italy has successfully deferred taking Tunis in favor of moving to Aegean, and is able to do that because they're borrowing the dot from Trieste. This is a tempo play for an AI. To me, this reads very strongly that they've got a relationship that they are planning to work. I think we could see this AI go quite a long ways.
Yeah. Also in the East, the support of the fleet into Romania is going to have impact down the road. That fleet sitting in Romania is very pro-Austria because you can't attack Budapest, you can't attack Serbia. All you can do is go to Bulgaria or the Black Sea. Now, you could sort of temporize for a little while and hold in position with that move if you're working together with Turkey. But you're really not going to be able to make progress going into Austria from that position.
Oh, this is telling me everybody loves Ed Sullivan right now. So it'll be interesting to see what choices he makes. Moving into winter of 1901, we see England building 2, which is not typical. We've got France only building 1. We've got Italy building 1. Turkey building 1, Austria building 1, 2 for Russia, and 2 for Germany. What are you expecting to see with these builds here, Corey? Any predictions?
I mean, I think Maximum and Ed obviously have pretty obvious choices. Craig, I'm assuming, will build Fleet Smyrna. I think the real question here is Sergei. He has all of his home centers open other than Warsaw. He has a lot of choices depending on how he wants to take this game at this point. And I think probably the obvious friction in the West might make some of that decision for him.
So Doug, what do you build if you're Sergei here?
It's a tough call. You don't want to put a fleet in the north at this point, and you know, without knowing if he's working with Craig or not, it's hard to say. You're definitely building an army in Moscow. You might put an army in St. Petersburg as well, just to send a message to England like your convoy was unwelcome. But then, you know, it depends on what you're doing. From this position, Sergei is in like really great shape to drop Romania to the Black Sea and pop an army down into Romania or to Armenia. It's really tempting to put a fleet in Sev or an army in Sev right now.
That would be juicy. Let's see what happens. We've got the first option. He wants to go play in the north. So Army St. Pete, Army Moscow. We've got Fleet Eddie, Army London for England. This one is surprising to me. Christian Klein builds Fleet Marseille. I guess that makes sense.
That makes sense to me. And let me just thank you, Natty. I'm rooting for you in this game now. You did the right thing. You put an army and a fleet in the right positions. Thank you.
Maxime builds Fleet Naples. We've got Craig building the Fleet Smyrna as predicted, and Army Budapest for Ed. To me, the fleet was the one that caught my attention, but I guess Fleet Brest was not available for the build, so it does kind of make sense. Corey, anything stand out to you with these adjustments?
Nothing that we haven't covered already. I mean, I think all of these are good decisions on these guys' parts.
All right. Well, let's look at spring of 02. Doug, why don't you lead us off?
Well, you know, we've got an anti-German move here for sure. Dropping down to the Helgoland Bight, there's nothing else that's telegraphing everything that's happening here. But at the same time, take a look. Christian Klein popped up to the channel, so maybe he's not really on board with that. You know, it really feels like the West to me is still very uncertain as to what exactly is happening here. You know, it's interesting. My guess here is that Christian probably worked this out with Jason. Hey, I'll go to the channel, support you in Belgium if you need it, or I'll backfill Belgium when you take Holland. So Helgoland, you know, supporting Belgium to Holland, kind of a move. You know, in the north, you know, Sergei had the opportunity potentially to take Norway, but did not do so, declined to do that, just tapped Norway to kind of hold that steady. So it looks like Sergei's okay with this anti-German potential EF that's forming.
Corey, what are you seeing? Oh, Corey, I think you may be muted.
Apologies. It is going to become a habit. So the big thing I think in the East is obviously that Craig unfortunately had a unit piffed. There was no space for it to retreat from Bulgaria, which is unfortunate. But I think once again we're having a game where Turkey's just going to take a beating. Whether or not Craig is able to kind of convince someone to leave him alone, I don't know. But I'm hoping the best for him.
For me here, I think Sergei lost some tempo here. I don't know the value of building in Moscow if you're just going to move to Sevastopol. There's really no percentage in that. If you're going after Turkey, just go after Turkey, which, you know, by going to the Black Sea and getting supported into Ukraine seems pretty obvious. That's what's happening. You know, you want to build in St. Petersburg, that's fine. You could instead have built in Moscow and Sevastopol, drop down to Armenia, go to the Black Sea, and then you can arrange a bounce with England if that's what you like in St. Petersburg with Moscow. Then you have that unit to deploy where you need it down the road rather than sort of like completely split. In retrospect, I don't like that build because either go north or don't. Don't build two that could go north and then move one south. I would have preferred that a little different.
With the move to Helgoland, Jason Massbaum is definitely starting to make some moves in the West. And since we chose this game because we've been mass-bombed and he's making the big move, I think it is only appropriate that we look at Zach's facts about Jason Massbaum. Zachary Moore, of course, being one of the founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And he has compiled some player profiles for all of the participants in the DBNI. Coming in 29th, we see Jason Massbaum. His self-described playstyle is ask for the moon. Even if you miss, your ally might give you a star, or perhaps a dot, or Belgium. How they got here, Brandon must have rigged this for ratings. That is possible. And fun fact, his trip to Cascadia in January 2020 marked 10 consecutive years of traveling to at least one diplomacy tournament. Jason, most of us love you here at DBN and are glad to see you in this tournament. Doug, anything stand out to you? I know you've played with Jason a few times. What are you expecting here?
I have half a mind that Christian Klein is going to stab him right here. It's like I could really see Natty and Christian, like, Christian like trying to pop up here and take London, and Natty putting him into Belgium. Like that's I would love it if it happened.
I could totally see that. That is absolutely a Christian move. Absolutely.
Well, in addition to playing, being a very frequent player on the tournament circuit, Jason is also the player who played more games in qualification rounds than any other player. So one of the most active players in the hobby. Being active on this board right now. Let's see what happens as a result. Doug, continue on with Fall of 02.
Well, Jason did cover London, which was probably a smart move. But it does look to me here like we've got an EF, but Sergey goes and takes Norway, and that's going to be a reversal. Denmark here went to the North Sea, which cuts that support. Natty and Sergey clearly talking and working together. And a couple broadcasts ago, I talked about the importance as Germany of working with Russia. And I'll leave the East to that for Corey to talk about, because although there's some working with Russia, then there's Russia running into the center of the board, which is not ideal for Germany.
Yeah, and obviously just piggybacking off of that, we have three powers going to the center of the board, right? So Italy, Austria, and Russia have all decided that, hey, those German dots look tasty. Let me head all in over there. And I mean, this could just be the forming of an AIR based off of how chaotic the West is. And I could totally see these players feeling that the West is heavily stacked as far as big name players goes, and maybe it's just worth it to get over there as soon as possible, rather than waiting to maybe iron out what they're going to do with Turkey.
At this point, if I'm Christian and Jason, I have to go to Natty, and you can't. So Germany is probably likely screwed in this game. One of your most important things to do as Germany is to diplomatically or by force keep the rest of the powers from coming into the center of the board. So you've got to try and do that. Now, Jason attacking you forces you to defend in ways that you otherwise would not. So it's going to be really tough when you have three units coming to the center of the board attacking, Berlin and Munich. It's very difficult. But Natty's got to work here. He's got to get Christian and Jason to recognize, and they will, the danger of this AIR, which is going to take Turkey down, and they're attacking on the other side of the board. So Christian and Jason want Natty at this point to do his thing. So if I'm Jason, I'm pulling the Helgoland bite right here.
Corey, I will just say this is the DBNI. All of these are top players, so all big names. So I think they can all go toe-to-toe with each other.
Of course.
But the one saving grace that I see for Natty right now is we do see some Russian action against England. So I'm really curious what Sergey is going to do, because he is setting up to take German dots, but he's also moving against England. So does he continue working against both, or does he decide to ally with one or the other to slow him down? Doug, if you're in Sergey's position, what do you do? What's your strategic read there?
Well, this is clearly an AIR alliance, and I understand the value for the players here, but they've got they've got 3 on Munich, guess on Berlin. Sergei's going to build in the north right here, which makes sense. And there's little percentage in him not continuing to work with his southern neighbors. In this particular scenario, what you're really trying to do as Russia is just diplomatically hold Romania while you try and get big gains in the north. And so he's going to start flinging his other units toward the center of the board. Like the right play here is actually go Romania to Galicia and get up into Germany while you build another one in the north. So, if you want to get a big Russia here, you got to crack Germany. You got to break into England. You don't really need the dots in Turkey for the long term. You might borrow one for a little while and then give it to Italy.
Well, we see Jason loses the center in Norway and therefore needs to disband one of his units. Because your center count should always match, your unit count should always match your center count at the winter season. So he will be removing one. Then we see Christian adding one in France. Maxime adds one in Italy. Austria goes up one and Russia goes up one. For our adjustments, we see Army St. Pete going heavy in the north. Curious to see where that goes. We do see the disband in Helgoland, another fleet build from France in Marseille. Fleet from Maxime in Naples, army from Ed in Austria. And that's our adjustments. Corey, what stands out to you for these adjustments?
I suspected that both Christian and Ed would drop fleets, and so I'm glad to see that they're going to presumably connect here in the Med. I'm personally a little bit surprised about Sergei's selection, but maybe Doug has some good theory on what's up with the army up there.
I think he's trying to blow up Finland, is my guess. It's always fun to annihilate units, just as an opportunity for laughter on a board, and blowing up an English army in Finland is always worth doing.
And entertaining the people watching the stream is something we support on DBN. So let's see if that happens. Corey, why don't you lead us off in the East?
All right. So Christian and Maxime are headed to Lockhorns there in the Med, which is great. I can't quite tell if it looks like Turkey tried to make it out into Aegean, but that didn't work. Or is that a support? Support. Yeah. So that's some interesting moves there, but a lot of red arrows mostly in the East. And like Doug's suspected, this was a move towards Finland to get him off.
Doug.
Yeah, in the West, the real story here is the very quick reaction from EFG to manage Russia coming in. I'm a little surprised that Austria and Russia supported Natty into Munich. That's interesting, but okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. It does pin Germany in place and creates a nice sort of block that protects you while you manage the East. But, EFG is responding to this attack. They're doing what they need to do here, and they gain Sweden out of this, at least for now, together. And most likely what I would expect is going to happen here is you'll see England probably trying to retake Norway while Germany takes Sweden, something along those lines. That's what I would anticipate here. But really, I think EFG is going to be waiting till somebody in the East cracks and stabs somebody else. There's no reason for them to do anything. They're the ones on the back foot on defense. So it's not very likely that you'll see them crack and stab right away. I'm actually, I could see, Ed might be in position to do some fun stuff here. He could drop into Trieste in Romania if he wanted to. I wouldn't do it this year necessarily, but that's not going anywhere.
Well, we've got a free Zach fact that was unscripted. Zachary Moore piping in the comments, looks like a triple off. If that is the case, the AIR for Austria, Italy, and Russia versus England, France, and Germany typically are feeding dots off of Turkey. So let's take a look at our Turkish player right now. Here we see another of Zach's facts for Craig Mayer. He is known as the big guy from Big Sky. He describes himself as an alliance player. How they got here: he had good showings at the Liberty Cup, Carnage, and the Virtual Diplomacy League. His favorite DBN broadcaster to stab is Siobhan Nolan. I can tell you that that is a true statement, having played several games with them both. That is one of those arrangements where I like to be on the other side of the board and watch. Tournament director of SkyCon, the biennial face-to-face tournament in Big Sky, Montana. This is the only tournament where you can get mauled by a bear on and off the board. So, Craig, love you. Glad you are on the stream.
I'm giving Craig the win for the Zach's facts. You know, he's getting mauled by the AIR right there. We need to give him some well-deserved props on that because, you know, I don't know that he's long for the game.
Well, let's see if he can make some magic happen. In fall of 03, Corey, why don't you lead us off?
All right. So it looks like Austria and Russia have decided to push into Turkey, unfortunately for Craig. That's unfortunate. I hope that he is able to convince one of these guys to at least let him stay around. Maybe that'll help him take another dot when they're distracted. That's always a good, fun time. And then, you know, Ed and Maxime both have a lot of red arrows, which kind of cross over into the west. So I'll like Doug take that, but a lot of red arrows in that center left.
Yeah, Christian and Maxime both took swings here, which I thought was good. I like the aggression. I think Christian obviously gets the better out of this because he has Marseille open for a build, walks up to Belgium, which England vacates as Jason really moves north, setting up a convoy into Norway. And what I think this is really telegraphing going forward here is that, you know, in theory, Natty's going to get Sweden, England's going to get Norway and St. Petersburg. But I'll just note and flag this as they go into 04 that Natty doesn't have any open home centers right now. And it's going to be very difficult to open one up for a build. So they've got to work on that, which means that Christian has to drop Belgium down to Ruhr or Burgundy to hold Munich in place so that Natty can clear out Kiel for a build if they're going to let Natty build, which they might not. This could be a disguised EF here where they just sort of like use Natty and then kill him once the East breaks down.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Western Triple, but in this case, I feel like it is the right call for the West. They're responding to the decisions that were made in the East. I feel like the East is driving the tempo of this game, but I feel like this turn in particular, the West has the advantage over the East. This was really well coordinated, in my opinion. And I feel like it sets them up nicely where the East is now going to need to respond and make a move to the West so that we don't end up completely locked.
Yeah. Corey, what do you think about Ed's position right now? Because it really feels to me, you know, even though he's trading Bulgaria and Khan, like, you know, he has a real opportunity if he wants to be the one to be the mover to break down that alliance. You know, he could do pretty effective stabs simultaneously on both of his neighbors.
He could. And what I find interesting is that over the last like few years that this game hasn't been going that long. Ed has largely been in a position of not doing much with his units. You know, he's self-bouncing. He was bouncing in Gal with Sergei when Sergei had a unit there. And it seems like, you know, maybe for diplomatic reasons, Sergei has kept him pinned in. He's basically saying, I'm going to have you still continue to self-bounce yourself in Gal, which, I mean, maybe that's the right choice for now, but it does seem like an interesting choice for his units and potentially a waste of time. I don't know if he's, you know, just trying to play a slow game, expecting that this game is going to run for quite a while. But I do wonder if he's not getting the tempo that he should have coming into, you know, late early game, early mid game.
And Ed made some stabs in at Cascadia to win that tournament, and I wonder if this is a reaction on his part to try and build back some of his reputation as an alliance player, because he is being incredibly generous with his units. And man, look how exposed Sergey is here. Like it's so vulnerable if he were wanting to go for that. So there's a lot of trust in that relationship.
Yeah, and I just don't see the West hanging together in a Western triple and continuing on if one of the East makes a stab, or when they make a stab. Let's say that, because they will. Someone will at some point. So this is where pacing really matters, and getting the drop on the opposition really does make a difference. And the West isn't going to stick together. Germany's in a very disadvantageous position, to cross the line and really push into the East. Like if you're going to take a swing here, you need to do it soon, I would say, as Austria, or you're going to lose the opportunity, because Russia, ultimately Russia's going to lose some stuff in the north and just be sitting in the south, and it's going to look to eat you to support his position in the north. So, it might be do or die time coming up soon for Ed if he's going to take that risk.
And it's interesting because I don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, I'm not privy to any of these conversations. But looking at the board, to me, and what with our conversation about Natty, about our Christian and Jason just keeping him alive so that they can get where they need to be before they make a stab, I think Sergey might be considering and having talks with Natty about when that happens, or if you think that's going to happen, we're going to switch and we're going to be partners. I don't know if you guys saw, but Silesia held. It did nothing in the last turn. And I find that interesting, both because Silesia could have then been in a bounce with Ed. So then at least like tying up both those units, or it could have, tried to supported the attack to Munich, which wasn't going to work anyway. But the fact that it held, that it didn't get involved, seems to me like it's possible that they might end up becoming an alliance relatively shortly. So who knows? That's my prediction.
I feel like we are rapidly approaching the next phase of this game, leaving the early game, moving into the mid game. We see Craig going down one more unit. He wants that survival. This is his first round game, and in open tribute scoring, a survival is worth a pretty significant amount of points compared to an elimination. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say it's something like a quarter of the points or a fifth of the points, something like that. So it's a pretty decent result, whatever that is. So him surviving and staying at that one unit will absolutely be significant to his chances of qualifying for that top board. So
well, and he pulled the right unit to do that. The fleet sitting there can be, effectively you could be a Russian fleet or an Austrian fleet. You can make that pitch, and that's the pitch that Craig's got to make at this point. You've got to be putting the full court press here on Ed. Like, dude, I'll be your fleet. I'm here for you. I will help you. What do you need? But we'll see. If anybody's interested in buying what Craig's selling here.
All right. Well, spring of 04, kind of moving into that mid-game phase a little bit. Corey, why don't you lead us off in the East? What happens?
Well, we have an Italian fleet coming off the board. It's entirely possible that they are just trying to get the fleet out from being captured there. I kind of don't believe it's a stab. I believe it's just an ability to rebuild back over on the boot, but I will see next turn, I suppose, on whether or not Armenia moves out. And then Russia is coming back up, presumably because their work is Sergei's work is done there in Turkey. He's gotten whatever he's going to get out of it. And I do like to see that Ed and Sergei are bouncing each other now in Gal instead of Ed bouncing himself. But he is coming down to shifting down away from Germany, which is interesting. So I wonder what discussions they were having where they're saying, hey, us hitting Natty is just not going to get us anywhere at this point. But I'm not sure they're planning on going.
Ed's move is the move that you would have made, Bo to Gal, Vienna to Budapest, Budapest to Serbia, if you were going to take a swing at Russia. Like, that is the sequence of orders. But again, maybe they arranged that bounce. But, I have to think here, I'm with you, Corey. I have to think that was a planned destruction of that Italian fleet. I think it's a strong move if that's what they're doing. It puts Maxime in a good place to build a critical unit where it's needed, because France has 4 fleets down in the Med. In the West, it's a lot of stasis. There is a very significant move that did occur, which was Denmark to Skagerrak. That is really important. Likewise, Belgium to Burgundy. I signaled that this was really important to get down there. This means that Natty is going to be able to open up a build somewhere. I would expect that, in fact, it's going to be Kiel is going to go to Denmark to cover Denmark, while he takes Sweden from England, but England is going to shift that army to Norway. This is going to give Natty a build which is crucial at this point in the game. He needs something. He's got people walking away from the line, but they're still at the line. So that's good diplomatically, but in practice, what happens with the moves is really important, but you have to play the board as it is. And when you look at the board, you still have units in Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Silesia, so you can only really safely move Kiel there, and you need Burgundy's help.
We are going to pause here. But before we do, I guess from what I'm hearing, do we feel like we've got both alliances sticking together, or do we feel like somebody's setting up and trying to do something? Just a prediction going towards the next game.
I would say they're setting up to get stabby. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm with you, Corey. I think the real question is, who do we think is getting stabby? Is it Russia? Is it Austria? Is it Russia and Austria? And I think the West. I like the game that Christian has right now. Yes, he's fighting with Italy, but he's winning.
Mm-hmm.
He's beating Maxime. Their force, Maxime really very quickly could go down right now if Russia decides to hold in Ankara and somebody and takes Trieste. All of a sudden, oops, you're toast. I don't know that you want to do that, but you might just decide, we don't really need Italy right now.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're talking about that you're talking about Christian's position and Maxime's position and how that potentially is going to relate to Ed and Sergei. I would say that I think Ed and Sergei are both getting a little bit stabby, but Ed is in an interesting position, right? Because he's moving his units down. He has taken Smyrna out of the fleet out of Smyrna, so Craig it looks like, unfortunately, not long for this world. But I don't know if Ed is willing to stab his partners for much if he's got a build coming and he has some place to put it. Just because if he stabs now, he has no other places to build. He's already going to get one. Italy has a build coming. Maybe he goes for Sergei, but I have to assume that Sergei is onto it, particularly with the spring moves.
I would really love right here if Sergei and Natty combined to put Germany into Sweden, blowing up the English army there.
Yes.
And then launching an attack on England together. Like, that would be a really neat move to pull off right there. I'm not sure that Natty would buy it right now, but I could see a strong pitch being made by both of those. I'm not really sure why you would take it necessarily as Natty, but you got to change the dynamic if you're Germany in this situation. France is in great position. England's got gains in the north, and you're kind of like stuck in the line. So you really want to shift things if you're Germany here.
I mean, if Sergei's willing to give him, sorry to interrupt you, Brian, but if Sergei's willing to give him a dot and is willing to say, hey, not only am I going to let you build in Kiel or whatever, but let me get you another one, why would you not switch? Natty doesn't have the opportunities that, for example, like Christian has right now. He needs something else if he wants that big result. And I think with Russia's help, he could be a serious threat to Jason.
Right. And the fun thing here is, with the demise coming of Turkey, if, for example, there's a stab coming of Italy and Christian is aware of that or perceives it, remember, the Mid-Atlantic just could pop right up to the Irish Sea very, very quickly, and that defensive position could become a very offensive position against the mass bomber. So, I think there's a lot of potential fluidity in that game.
Agreed.
Well, let's take a look at our next game. We will come back and watch if there are any fireworks when we come back. But as a reminder, we are now looking at Fred Davis. We have Brad Blitzstein, Tanya Gill, Andre Gribikoff, Dave Roberts, John Anderson, Conrad Woodring, and Russ Dennis. This board has an average score of 13.8 for the average seed, which is by far means the highest ranked players are consolidated on this one board from any others that we've seen so far. So there are some heavy hitters on this board. Doug, what are you looking for?
I'm interested. John Anderson has been struggling. We've talked a little bit about that. But Italy is a good power for John in his play style. I'm really interested in that. And, not to go away from Tanya, who is an amazing player and who, is the number one seed and, has won a bunch of tournaments. Really take a look, Conrad and Russ Dennis together in the East, in Russia and Turkey. They are both in position to make the top board right now. That's a really interesting dynamic that could play out in this game in a significant way. So that really, I want to pay attention to that.
Yeah, Conrad and Russ. Russ is in third place. Conrad is in fourth place. They both have good scores already. I am really curious, especially Russ sitting in Turkey. Turkey has not done well in this tournament so far. Is Russ, he played England expertly throughout this season, and Turkey is the opposite power, the opposite witch. It's another power that sits in the corner, plays defensively, and can make some moves. Is he going to be able to translate that success as England into our first really successful Turkey and just roll the board? Or does he just sit back and is he comfortable with the score that he has going in?
Legitimate questions. Have no idea. I am pumped about this game. I am so excited to see how this turns out.
I want that to happen just so that we can get a decent result as Turkey. It's really getting old, AI. Oh yeah, they're going to kill Turkey. So John Anderson, I'm looking at you right now. Go West or something. Do something fun. Attack Austria. Don't just play the typical, oh, we're going to go kill Turkey game.
Yeah, I want a big fight. I want a big fight in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, I want it to be a big, complicated fight. That's what I want. See if we can get it.
All right. Well, we will get right into it. Let's bring up the moves. In spring of 01, I'm going to go ahead and reverse the two of you. Corey, I'm going to have you take the West, and Doug, I want you to take the East. The other storyline I've got my eye on here is we have the number 1 and number 2 seed from the qualifying rounds playing on the same board today. Tanya Gill, John Anderson. Tanya's come off pretty hot off her virtual diplomacy league top board win. John Anderson, on the other hand, has been kind of in a downward slope recently. He's not had any big recent results and has kind of achieved his second place based off of his early and mid-season successes. So is he going to take this opportunity to turn things around? He needs a score because I believe this is his last chance. All right, Corey, lead us off. Spring of 1901.
All right. So we have an entrance into the channel. Andre has sent Brest to English channel. Interesting. I don't know what he's going to do. Right, in the last game we were watching, English channel just slipped into Belgium. Maybe that's going to happen. Maybe he's going for Tanya. If that's the case, Tanya has at least somewhat bought herself some time by sending Liverpool to Wales. So that's good. And then we see another supported entry into Burgundy. My apologies. Other than that, looks pretty standard for the West.
Not a lot of trust in the East, or a bunch of arranged bounces, which is more likely. You've got the bounce in Galicia. You've got the bounce in Black Sea. not really telling us a whole heck of a lot of what's happening here. John is setting up to potentially convoy to Tunis. So, we just got to wait and see for the fall turns to see how things shake out here. So pretty tough to tell, what alliances we have for now. Pretty cautious overall.
I am curious to see if the board is reacting to Tanya's #1 seed and is trying to dogpile. I'm going to keep my eyes open to see if we end up with some kind of sea lion. We'll find out. Fall of 01. Corey, why don't you lead us off?
All right. Okay, so English Channel supports Denmark to North Sea. Looks like you may be right. We may be having just let's go for Tanya because she's #1 right now. And interesting that Germany is going to be able to pick up both Holland and Belgium. I have not seen that in a while. I mean, it's not terribly uncommon, but I haven't seen that in a while. So that's pretty interesting. It looks like we're going to have a 3-build Germany, and all of his home centers, all of Dave's home centers will be available. Interesting. I'm glad that Tanya gets a build by going for Norway. She's gonna need it.
Well, Dave got to the North Sea with that retreat to Helgoland, so he's only building
builds.
2, and this is a painful retreat. You're like kind of torn. Do I go into Helgoland? Do I go to Skagerrak? Do I go back home? Going to Helgoland is particularly painful for Germany because now you have to defend multiple centers, and Denmark is unowned. So this is not over for Tanya. She's got lots of opportunities still.
In a heartbreaking play, it looks like Tanya was also supporting Russia. So Germany. So
Right.
It looks like he made the tough choice here and perhaps took Tanya by surprise. So if I were Tanya, I know who I would be blaming for this.
Right. In the East, if you want to go back real fast, we didn't talk about that. It's interesting. Conrad walked around Galicia, did not bounce again, and Brad went there. In the meantime, Turkey supported into Romania, Ukraine into Romania, while they still bounced in the Black Sea. John we don't have a clear AI here. We don't have a clear RT. We don't have a clear alliance. But my money at this point is probably on Conrad and Russ working together. They are building some trust, which is important in for those powers to do. In the meantime, we'll just have to see what Brad and John are able to pull out here.
Well, Doug, the Russia-Turkey alliance in the early postal hobby that we had David Hood talk to us about early on, that was given the nickname the Juggernaut, and that was a very strong alliance. Both powers have edges, so they're edge powers and can just coordinate, and they used to call it a steamroller because they would roll across the board. Over time, the community learned how to adjust to that, and it really has not been a very common alliance in modern play, or at least not a super successful one, not like it used to be, at least. So I feel like a big part of that is because Austria and Italy have learned to get along and play well with each other more. And typically you'll see these two ally with each other to slow down the RT. So if you are, Doug, I'll ask this of you. If you are John and Brad, do you go ahead and do that? Do you put your forces to try and stop this RT, or are you trying to make a deal and keep it from forming in the first place?
Well, you're always trying to keep it from forming. You don't want to be a reactionary AI. You would rather be on the front foot and leading in. In this situation, actually, I don't like the convoy to Tunis. I actually really generally don't like to convoy to Tunis. As Italy, I really like to just put my fleet there because I want to retain at least the diplomatic flexibility to potentially go west or to offer to Turkey, like, hey, like I'm not coming your way. It's a lot harder to make that pitch to Turkey when you're sitting in the Ionian Sea and you're poised to make a convoy to Syria once you build in Naples. It's a lot harder for Italy to make that pitch. This is a really strong position for Conrad right now. With England getting attacked by France and Germany, you can work with England and slow that down and dive into Germany. You're not required to punish Tanya in this situation if you're Conrad. You can sort of help slow that FG alliance down here by sort of meddling a little bit and trying to gain some spoils of your own, like Denmark, for example. So I really like Conrad's position right here. This is really a board potentially dominating position.
Yeah, it definitely turns out differently if Conrad's willing to get on board with Tanya.
Right.
Well, in winter of 01, Russia builds 2, Warsaw and Moscow. Tanya builds 1, Fleet Eddy. We've got Andre building Fleet Brest. John Anderson building Fleet Naples. Brad Blitzstein builds Army Trieste and Army Vienna. And Russ Dennis building Fleet Smyrna. Corey, what stands out to you with these adjustments? Is there anything that took you by surprise?
I won't say anything about the East because that's Doug's territory, but I will say that, and perhaps this is just the lack of the fact that I haven't been in the sport for a decade or more, but it's interesting to me that Dave chose to build Army Munich, because I would assume that he would build that if he's thinking that Andre is maybe not totally 100% trustable, given that Andre has that army in Burgundy, but I don't see how that would maybe be the best play in this particular scenario. I would have thought Dave was going to build Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin, or a double fleet. But I don't know, Doug. What's your take on that?
I would not put a double fleet down. You might, in this scenario, you need to take Denmark eventually. You're going to give France Belgium as part of the deal because you're going to be trying to convoy over. But with England's fleet situation right there, you're unlikely to get a convoy that is achieved, right? Because England has 3 fleets. Helgoland is a mover supported by Eddy and Norway. You can't count on Russia's support here. I don't think it matters. You don't put 2 fleets down because you can't really do anything with those 2 fleets. And then you're vulnerable if Austria is deciding to pop up to Bohemia or something. You don't know that you're not going to see Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia right now. You could very easily do that.
That's a fair point because obviously Brad has built 2 armies, Trieste and Vienna. So that's definitely a theoretical possibility.
The lack of a build in Budapest for me is really remarkable in this situation, and that draws my eye right away. And it tells me that we don't really know what the alliance structure is over here, and that is a build that I would not have expected in this situation. So that could be going after Venice right now, for example. There's not that much that would stop that. If Brad really wants to go for that, it could be, I can't hold Galicia, I want to open up a retreat to Budapest. I'm not sure, but it is a bit of a different build.
Spring of 02. Doug, I'm going to have you lead us off. What was he doing with that build?
Well, he's going east. I talked about the possibility of seeing Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia. I was 75% right. We've got Austria moving into Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Silesia. That's really interesting. And John Anderson convoyed over to Albania. So we don't have an AI. Turkey's got some play, so at least one of our goals in the game is satisfied. So that's very lovely. I really like Conrad dropping to Denmark here. This is really nice and shows that he's going to be lovely and opportunistic and not just roll over on the whole gamut against Tanya. This is fascinating in the East. very interesting.
Yeah, and similarly in the West, great moves, great turn. Tanya gets her North Territory back, which is great, but loses London, at least for now. I saw in the comments that someone was predicting that English Channel might slip into Irish with Brest coming into the English Channel. That would have been fascinating. But this is a pretty good set of moves. I mean, I feel like Tanya is really doing a great job at kind of defending herself in this particular scenario. And if Russia and Austria are really coming in to be a threat to Germany, she may have some relief, some pressure relieved coming up relatively quickly, which would be great.
Yeah, they can't stop Austria from taking Munich right now.
Yeah,
that's a big play this early in the game.
There is so much happening on this board on this turn right now. I love it. I mean, we haven't even talked about the fact that Sweden is taking Denmark. Denmark's been unoccupied until spring of 2002, and it's Russia who's picking it up with his fleet. And then we've got Brad moving, like there's this giant sucking noise as everybody's moving west. It's fabulous. So,
well, and it's clear Italy's not part of this plan.
John might be playing a different game. You know, he may not be aware of what's going on, but it definitely doesn't look like he's in the know.
We could have an IT come in right here. Where Greece falls to one of the two of them. When I play Italy, if you want me on your side, and a lot of Italian players played similarly, it's the whole game is about what's my fifth dot. And if you want my support and you want me to play with you, you have to provide me with a fifth dot or a pathway to it. And if you don't want to do that, then I'm going to create my own pathway largely through you. And so I think that's kind of what John is doing here is like, well, if you're not going to provide me with an opportunity, then I'm going to build my own by going to Albania.
Well, it's very clear that John and Brad are not on the same page based off of this support, along with the convoy. How Brad responds will dictate a lot of what happens in the East, in my opinion. So let's take a look at Brad's profile. Here is Zach's facts about our Austrian Brad Blitzstein. Our 28th seed describes his playstyle as patient. He got here by a dominant performance at TotalCon. TotalCon was not an automatic qualifier. It was a minor tournament, but it did count towards points, which he scored very highly at, which got him some points. Fun fact, if you had just done what he said, he would have been happy to split the board top with you. I think I have heard that from him before. So
that's good to know, but I would really like to not see a split board top. In this particular game, I don't care who it is, but I want someone to go for it.
He's probably looking at John Anderson right now saying, you had just done what I had said. We had to split this board. So, all right. Fall of 2002. Doug, let's stay in the East and have you lead us off.
We get our first real stab of the game here. Italy and Russia and Turkey work together to carve up Brad. So we have Italy taking Greece. We've got Conrad taking Serbia. We've got John taking Trieste. This is a big turn. And Brad doesn't get into Munich because this is rough. Very rough for Brad. Good turn for Conrad. He's now in position to take Budapest next year. And I want to just flag here, it got cut, but Conrad supported Norway to Sweden to help out England. This is a canny play right here. I'm going to give Conrad some applause for that because, a lot of Russian players wouldn't want to trade this dot to help England out. But the more that you keep the West in chaos while you are resolving the East, if you're Conrad, the stronger position you're going to be in for a long-term performance.
So, Doug, you're saying that because Conrad feels confidence in his ability to get gains in the East, he's willing to slow play in the North.
Right. I mean, so he's taking Denmark and he's taking Serbia. So he's gaining 2. What's he going to do with 2 builds that, an English build or England holding steady wouldn't get? So, supporting Tanya here is a strong play. It gets him a long-term ally, and together they can hold Denmark and Sweden against Germany if Germany is taking a swing at either one of those. So they're stronger together than they would be with Conrad just sort of playing by himself. And like I said, like keeping that West in chaos, keeping Tanya around and slowing Andre and Dave down is to his long-term benefit. This is smart play.
Beautiful balance of power. In the East, we've got Austria perhaps in trouble. In the West, Tanya's on her back foot, but does seem to have found an ally or potential momentary partner in Russia. Corey, tell us what's going on in the West.
I think it looks really good for Tanya, particularly given where she's been. I like the army placement in Wales right now. It's just an excellent cover, given that MAO did slip into Irish, which I think we were potentially expecting to see relatively soon. And she did make a play for London. She will be able to get that back. I don't believe that London can be held at this point in the next turn in spring. But I like that Conrad gave her Sweden. That makes a lot of sense to me. I agree with everything that Doug was talking about, particularly given that Tanya Conrad alliance seems like a really good play for this board, and the benefit of giving Tanya the build rather than Conrad starting to look too big is probably a nice balance of power for everyone else's perspective. Other than that, it's just a lot of, red lines in Germany as people make plays for German territory, which is not successful. Definitely the winner here is the plays in on the island.
I think another big winner coming out of this is John Anderson. I was really curious to see who would end up with Greece between Russ and John, and it looks like John kind of came out on top of that. But I think that Russ probably isn't hating it. He's not quite out of the box, but he does seem to have a partner. I'm really curious to see how the two of them end up playing this, because typically in the IT, Russia ends up as one of the targets, and I don't know if we're going to see that. So that's something to keep an eye on. Winter of 1902. We see Andrei Gribakov building a fleet in Brest. We got a double army build from John Anderson. I was not expecting that, and I love it. We've got Poor Brad disbanding 2 in Bohemia and Silesia. Dave Roberts building an army in Munich. Conrad builds a fleet St. Pete South Coast, which is a strong statement. Doug, we'll start with you in the West. Anything stand out to you with these adjustments?
The 2 armies by John really gives me an indication here that we're potentially going to see an IT, which would be very interesting. You don't need a lot of fleets as Italy if you're doing an IT. You don't need a lot of fleets as Turkey. So it gives me some hope here that maybe they're all working together, but I don't think so. I think we're going to see a nice fracas in the remnants of Austria.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because Russ did a lot of supporting that last turn, right? But he didn't get anything out of it. And it feels like, why would you support your neighbors unless there's some big gains coming for you in the future, like the near future?
Yeah, Russ has to be getting Greece or Serbia here. And, if I'm Conrad, for example, I would be, hey, I'm going to move Serbia to Budapest. I want to get Vienna. You can backfill Serbia. I'm totally cool with that. Like that's the pitch Conrad makes, and if you're making that pitch, you might very well say, hey, you backfill Serbia, follow up to Bulgaria, and then you can take Greece from Italy. You can see how Conrad can make that pitch to Russ. Likewise, John can make a statement like, hey, why don't you take, I'll support you into Serbia. Then you can position yourself to take Romania, Russ is in a nice pivot spot here where he has the opportunity to potentially pick who he wants to work with. And he's not under threat, which is the first time we've said that as Turkey in an O2 and seemingly forever.
This board is just delicious right now. It can go so many different directions. Literally have no idea how this is going to play. I think what I'm loving about this is whoever wins, especially in the East, they're going to be winning this diplomatically. This is not a tactics situation right now. It's about who can convince someone else to do what they want to give them an advantage. And this is the first board that we've seen of that type of game, certainly today. But it may be the first one that we've seen in the DBNI so far. I'm loving it. Spring of 03 will start in the West. Corey, there's a lot of black arrows. What are we seeing here?
Tanya did get London back, which is excellent, and she did not lose Liverpool. Also excellent. Love it. To her benefit, the German fleet was popped and piffed off the board, so that's fantastic. I'm assuming that she's definitely relieved by that. Andre does move his fleet breast into MAO, which, I mean, obviously he was going to do that. I don't see him going towards the Med right now. Maybe he will, but I doubt it. Otherwise, why not build Fleet Marseille? And what's the point, given that John clearly has other priorities? And then, there's some, again, a lot of red arrows in the German territory, other than the convoy from Belgium to the now vacated Wales. So, yes, the fleet is off the island, but an army is now there. So, enjoy, I guess.
Well, the annihilation is a key move, and when you look at the East, this is really intriguing to me. You've got Russia and Austria and Italy singing "Kumbaya" down there, which I really did not expect to happen. So that's a plaudit there to Brad. But, you do have Conrad going to Bohemia and Silesia here. And you also have Italy and Tyrolia. So they could take those dots. They can still have their big fight down there. But more importantly is Conrad is slowly but surely putting himself into position against Germany. And with that annihilation, that's good for Germany if they get Liverpool instead of France getting Liverpool. Then Germany can rebuild. So, but Germany, really is a bit at the mercy right now of France and France's demands and desires. And if France doesn't help Germany right here, Conrad's about to get gigantic.
Well, I am particularly intrigued by what's going on in the West right now, because in the Virtual Diplomacy League top board, I believe Tanya Gill and Dave Roberts had an alliance that they worked really closely together, were doing very well. And then Tanya made the move against Dave to take the victory on that board. I'm wondering if we're seeing some fallout from that relationship happening right now on this board. Let's take a look at the profile for our number one player, Tanya Gill. Zach's facts for Tanya Gill. She is our number one seed. She describes her play style as an alliance player. How they got here, easily. Also by winning the VDL and Boston Massacre. Tanya really dominated the back half of this season. Really, the 2020 season could be broken into two parts. The first part was complete domination by John Anderson. Then Tanya, she did pretty well early on, got some points, then took a break, and then just ferociously came back in the back third of the season to score really high points and win the VDL. Her nickname, according to Zach, is Tanya Tuscany Gill. I'll need to hear the backstory on that one. Maybe someone in chat knows, like Zach. Would they like to guarantee victory? No. Perhaps a lover of intrigue. And a fun fact, she was recently featured on the diplomacy or the YouTube channel Legendary Tactics. She had a feature on how to win as Austria, where I believe she offered 42 tips on how to push those red pieces around. Really fun player. Always enjoy seeing her on the board. She's in a tough spot right now, though. Doug, what's your take on Tanya's chances?
I would never count Tanya out. She is always going to continue to negotiate and to fight to get back in the game. She's very tenacious, both as a diplomat and as a tactician. And, the position is not great for her right now, but that doesn't mean that she's going to give up. And it doesn't necessarily mean that, her opportunity to make the top board is done. She needs to get some points off this board, turn an alliance here, and make something happen so that she has an opportunity in the second game. So she has everything still to play for here. Conrad is being helpful to her. And, this is not a foregone conclusion. Keep that fight going, see what you can make and defend. And my guess here is that she is going to continue to mess with Germany because Conrad is coming. So tactically speaking, like I said, Germany's in a pickle right now. They've got a real tough spot.
Corey, did you learn anything from that profile?
Well, I didn't know her nickname was Tuscany. I also would like to know why that is the case. What pivotal move in what game got her that name? I need to know. So somebody please tell me.
All right. Fall of 1903. Corey, I'm going to have you take the lead. What kind of action are we seeing?
Yeah, so as some folks in the commentary the chat were predicting, she did lose Liverpool. For now, retreating to Clyde. She still has most of her units in place. Hopefully, it's not a killer move. She did, force them off the island for the most part already once. I have faith that she can do it again. And then, mostly supports, and again, red arrows centered around Germany. Hopefully, Germany will get some black arrows for whatever reason coming up soon.
When you switch to the east, the story for me is clearly some miscommunication occurred, and that could be miscommunication strategically done. You have Russia offering support into Munich for Tyrolia. I can't tell if that's a support in or if that was supporting Munich, but it has to be Tyrolia in. You have Turkey supporting into Serbia. And then you also have a supported attack into Tyrolia, as if they were expecting Conrad to take Budapest here. And then Italy would have gotten Vienna and Serbia. It's interesting. So I think we're starting to see some breakdown in the East, definitely between Conrad and John and their communication. And maybe, to me, it looks a little like Russ has picked a side since he went to Constantinople from the Aegean Sea to force the Black Sea.
Yeah, it almost looks to me like Conrad sniffed out a move against him and just played really, really good defense here.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like Russ doesn't have much choice, right? He's kind of blocked in by Conrad's units. If Conrad is not going to move, then he can't backfill and have any gains of his own. So, I mean, if I were him, I would definitely be interested in kind of pushing Russia out of the way if Russia's not willing to kind of get out of the way in order to maintain their alliance. Yeah,
I mean, we've seen in this game and other games, and I've played enough games with Conrad, Conrad is a world-class player. I mean, obviously everyone in this game is good, but, Conrad is somebody who's made top board at Worlds. He understands pacing and flexibility. And if Turkey's going to him and saying like, hey, I need a build, Conrad's going to give him a build. He would take Budapest and give Russ Serbia. He would have no problem doing that in that scenario. So,
Do you think Russ is comfortable being a 4 center Turkey?
No, I think
he's been at 4 for a while.
No, I think Russ is in with John and they have an IT.
I see. So they were playing nice with Conrad, but it's coming. relatively shortly.
I think so. I don't see how it could be anything else.
Well, Dave Roberts was the only winner on the supply chart and builds an army in Berlin, spring of 04. Doug, I'm going to let you start in the East. I feel like we're about to see some action down there, find out if we do have time to release that Kraken. What do we see?
Oh, we've definitely got Turkey going after Russia here. You know, the support to Armenia combined with the bounce in the Black Sea. And Brad is throwing in now with Conrad, which makes some sense. So not any progress here for the IT, except in Armenia. For me, the interesting move is ultimately going to be Silesia to Galicia. And they were able to, and I don't want to get too far into the West, but the continued relationship between England and Russia now is paying dividends for Conrad. So the early work that Conrad did to slow that down is paying off for him when he needed help.
Corey, lots of action in the West. One of my favorites, I see a nice little blue dotted set of arrows here. What do we have going on?
Yes, so we have a convoy from of Gascony, the army in Gascony, up to Wales, and all those lines are the supports, various supports, and associated convoy moves for it. I'm sure Tanya is wishing that wasn't happening. She now has 2 foreign armies on the island. Relatively difficult to fight against that. But it looks like she is working with Conrad still, obviously, and Sweden has come down to push the German fleet out of Baltic, which is great. I hope that they can figure out a way to maybe potentially get her another build, as right now Eddie is open. If there's any way to get her one so that she can build something over there to help her protect the island, that's probably, or at least that would be the first thing that I was talking to Conrad about if I was her.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not sure there was much conversation going on. We've got a report from our sideline reporter where he was saying that Tanya was sitting alone while all the other players were talking. And she said, "I wish diplomacy had 8 players, so I don't always have to sit alone. I'm doomed, and it's not even funny." So maybe some low morale for our #1 player right now. See if she is able to hang on.
I mean, yeah, she's not out. She's not out by any means.
I've been in that spot where you're just kind of like sitting there at the table, staring futilely at the board. That's not a fun scenario, for sure.
Fall of 04. Let's keep going in the West. Corey, we've got more black arrows. What are you seeing?
A lot of black arrows, unfortunately. So Tanya is definitely almost fully surrounded at this point. MAO is coming up into English. English is taking Belgium. It'll be interesting to see what Andre builds with that. But largely, it looks like Tanya is just able to protect her dots, though there wasn't any real moves made for London, given the fleet and Eddie and MAO had other tasks to do, and unfortunately she does not get a build, but she wouldn't have had any spot open. Her protective move for Eddie closed that up. So it looks like in this assistance, Conrad is going to definitely be the winner. I'm not sure how much longer Tanya can survive in this game, unfortunately. I'm so sorry, Tanya.
So Corey, question for you. I feel like Andre may be the one who's really coming out of ahead in the West here, picking up Belgium and picking up Yorkshire, getting position in the English Channel. What do you make of that? If you're Dave Roberts, is that something you get behind?
I mean, well, Dave supported it, right? So it looks like there's a support order from Holland. So he supported him into Belgium. I find it interesting that he he allowed Andre to come in for that, but I guess I'm not completely surprised. He doesn't have maybe the need for the unit right now, and if Andre is thinking about doing something interesting with it, maybe going into the med or starting to think about going into the med, I could see Dave being willing to give up the dot. But I mean, I'm not privy to conversations. If I was Dave, I wouldn't do it, but I don't know what they're doing, so it could be that there's some planning coming down the road once they unfortunately finish off Tanya, which is what it's looking like is going to happen.
I think Andre's setting himself up very nicely right now, is what I see. You know, he has no threat in the South from John, and there's no real need for him to take Belgium. He does not need a build here. There's no reason for it, particularly since you're going to end up getting most likely, you know, Eddie and Liverpool eventually. You know, my guess is the plan theoretically is to like spring, you know, the armies forward, right? Tanya has a choice between defending London or Eddie can't defend both. But, you know, why are you taking Belgium right now? I think Andre is going to like get everything the way this is going. Dave needs to think about flipping sides potentially.
Yeah, and depending on the move Conrad makes, that could be a really powerful coordination between Russia and France if they decide to go that way. So
it definitely could. You know, the East, Russ is putting himself in position to guarantee something next year, Sev or Rum, potentially. Although, you know, Conrad did the move that he needed to do, which was go to Ukraine. You know, that's obviously strong defense, what you would expect from a world class player like Conrad. You know, ultimately the IT just spent a year to do nothing. They're in position to do stuff, but you know, Conrad is still has some diplomatic flexibility. He's gotten Brad on his side defensively, and that massive armies is just really hard to dislodge. So, you know, if you're John Anderson right here, what do you do to shake this up? You know, if you're Russ, what are you doing to shake this up? Because you haven't demonstrated that you're going to outguess Conrad or that you're going to, you know, tactically defeat him. What's your play to really break that line?
I do see this though.
I do, and that's why Ukraine was so important.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what they really should have been focused on is how do we crack Serbia, right? That's what they needed to break. You break Serbia, you break the line there. They're not even attacking it, and they have 3 units around it. You tap Romania, you put 3 into Serbia. You know, that's how you break this line right here. It's not trying to take Vienna or Sevastopol. You break Serbia, you get it all.
Well, it is winter of 1904. We've got Andre going up 1, Dave going down 1. Let's pause here and make some predictions. Corey, I'm going to start with you. You have to put all your bets on one player to win this game. Who do you like?
Andre. I don't think that the rest of the board is paying attention to him in the way that they probably should be. You know, like John hasn't been doing much. He has plenty of units. Maybe he's intending to start looking at the West, but I feel like Andre is doing a really good job of staying under the radar while picking up dots. Everything else is just so action-packed. Even when he's involved in it, it doesn't seem like anyone's noticing that he's getting bigger, you know, that he's getting the position he needs to go into the mid game.
Doug, what about
I love
you?
Andre's position, Corey. You nailed it on that. But just for diversity of opinion here, I'm going to go with John Anderson right now. I love Conrad, and the way he's playing this game is fantastic. But, you know, if you're facing an IT and a hostile Germany with only, you know, England's army or fleet in the Baltic as support, that's a really tough position to navigate. Conrad could very well do it, but John right here has no enemies, really. Yeah, sure, Russia, but so what? You know, nobody can affect him. And if he can get some gains here really quickly, he can rule the East and put pressure on France. And he's realistically the only power that can put pressure on France. So therefore, everybody that wants to slow France down has an interest in making sure that John grows. And that's always a lovely spot to be in. It's like, hey, you give me a dot, I'll send a fleet west. So that's a nice diplomatic spot to be in. So I like John's position.
For diversity of opinion, I'm going to put my bet down on Conrad. I feel like if he is able to convince John to flip sides, and they could pull off a pretty nice wintergreen here, Scandinavia has a lot of play for Conrad, and John could easily move west. They could feed each other slowly the Turkish dots. Russ, despite all of the movement, is basically still in the box. So I think he's got a really good chance. I think it's a little more precarious than Andre. It's going to take a diplomatic win for him. But if he's able to pull that off, I can see it happening.
This is a fantastic game. I love this game. Everything about this game has been really fun. So kudos to the players for really putting on, showing the flexibility and the strategic acumen and the defensive chops, all across the board. Everybody is playing really well in this game.
Yeah,
I agree.
The highest seed. No, go ahead, Corey. Go ahead.
I was just going to say congrats to Brad for sticking it out and still being there and still being in his 2 home centers, even though he is completely surrounded. Way to go, man. Fantastic. Yeah. Good job.
This is living up to the top players that we've had together on one board. This is the kind of play I was hoping to see from this event. So thank you all. Spring of 1905. Let's mix it up. Doug, I'm going to move you into the west, and Corey, I'm going to move you into the east. So I'm going to go ahead and swap you here. And Corey, I'm going to start with you. Go ahead, and we've got a lot of red in the east. What's going on?
All right. Well, way to go, Brad. He made a successful play for Trieste, but was immediately backfilled, so has seen no gains from that, unfortunately. And finally, Serbia has gone down. They somehow heard Doug's advice and were like, now's the time to go. We're going to get rid of that, which they did. Good job. And unfortunately for Russ, he continues to get nothing out of this deal. I feel bad for him. I would have liked to see him take something other than do support orders, but maybe next term. That's the biggest thing, right? Is that Brad took Trieste, but it really didn't matter. Essentially, him and John just traded places. But good job, Serbia, on getting Serbia out.
Yeah, that was pretty key. As we look at the West, I like the Helgoland, Baltic, Livonia move here. It's interesting. It's potentially puts Tanya into taking a Russian dot, or maybe instead Tanya has the opportunity to take Kiel. She can cut Holland, and then now with Munich going to Silesia, which normally I love, you have the opportunity to put England into Kiel, which is just really quite fun. In the rest of the West, here we have England takes London and takes Edinburgh and is going to take Liverpool from Germany in the fall. There's absolutely no reason not to do it. So I think you're going to see France explode coming out of this season.
So how do you play this if you are Russia with your fleet sitting in Helgoland? You've got an explosive France that you have to keep an eye on at least. What's your play? Are you still trying to work with England and kind of show some restraint to use those as your dots? Or is it time to go and get yours while you can and try and keep pace?
I think that you want to damage the West as much as you can. Sweden is not going anywhere. You can take it whenever you need it. Likewise, Norway isn't going anywhere. If you really need it, you can go take it. Tanya is more valuable to you as mucking things up than those dots are to you at this point in time. Serbia, for example, you lost Serbia. So what? You lost the unit. You're not pulling anything here. So, as long as you're not pulling anything else, you really don't care. So, maybe you take it, but then look, Tanya's gone, right? She's got one unit left. Her fleets are more valuable to you at this point than, a build way back in Russia.
Conrad showing some patient play. Let's take a look at his profile. Zach's facts about the best dressed man in diplomacy, Conrad Woodring, comes to us as the 23 seed, playstyle unassuming. How he got here, CoronaCon champion, another minor tournament. Fun fact, waved a build for 6 consecutive winters at the VWDC, and his persona, a Bond villain. Doug, anything stand out to you about this profile? Anything that you've learned?
Well, the Bond villain came out of the picture. He, looks like he would be a Bond villain. And there was some commentary for those of you who are on Discord and a drawing that was made. So I think that is a lovely inside joke that I just want to make sure folks have the opportunity to see more on, because it is really quite funny. Conrad, that's an accurate description of how he plays the game. He is soft-spoken. I mentioned this last week. Conrad is tall, but he doesn't use his height as sort of like, somebody who is like hovering over you. He does a good job of really making himself approachable. He is a very keen diplomat, and he does a really good job of, using a soft-spoken style to build trust and just to be someone who's very approachable. It's a strong style, and it works really well for him, and it plays to his strengths as a diplomacy player.
Corey, you are given control of Conrad's pieces. How do you win this game from this position?
Oh, geez. I mean, I don't know if Conrad can win this game at this particular point. I see a harder path for him forward than I see an easier path for John or Andre, frankly. And I'm not sure what I would do other than making plays for Brad's dots. I mean, granted, you don't really need them right now, which is what we were talking about earlier with maybe it's worth it to just let, Tanya have Denmark and try and keep her as stable as possible for use of her fleets. But he's still playing this dance with Russ, right? So they just keep doing these bounces and weird supports and nothing's really going anywhere. I don't know that he can get traction on this board as fast as other people can, and it may come too late.
Well, let's find out if that prediction is true. Oh my goodness. Look at all that red. What is going on?
Yeah. All right. So there's a ton of red in the East. It looks like Conrad is playing a largely defensive game. A lot of bounces. He does lose Sev to Russ. So congrats, Russ, getting a build. I love it. Fantastic. Sorry, Conrad, for the loss of your fleet. And yeah, I mean, John is continuing to push forward. It makes sense to me, right? Because Brad was kind of just sitting there. He wasn't able to really do anything. He was kind of just like a little lock in there. And I'm glad to see, I'm so sorry, Brad, that someone is claiming those dots potentially for something more useful. Yeah.
Andre does not take Liverpool right now. He could have, but still is gaining Edinburgh and London, and just walked into Ruhr. And then, I talked about, putting Tanya into Kiel here, which is just a great move and just completely just shatters Germany for the long term. And it is really all gain here for Andre. I did notice that John Anderson moved to the Tyrrhenian Sea. So he is aware of the danger here and is deploying at least something to begin managing a transition here into, I've got to fight in the West as well. So that is a really important move that happened. I do think that Andre is going to clobber Dave regardless here. He's in position to have all of England and most of Germany he is in just a driver's seat right now.
We've got another quote that I will mention for Mr. Dave Roberts. Before the game began, kind of the pre-game banter, they were talking about his interview on Deadline News segment, or I'm sorry, on the VDL. After the VDL top board. And someone said to Dave that the board is already working against you. He says, I know how this works. This is the best I'll feel all day. So little predicting the future, perhaps, for Mr. Dave Roberts, giving us, though, a very, very entertaining game. So entertaining, in fact, that this is where we're going to leave off. I could see this go in a lot of directions. I can't wait to come back to it. So we'll save our predictions, get your thoughts in order, and we will return to this one because it is time for us to go back to our other game. So while we're transitioning, I will just mention that all of these games are taking place in the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Discord server. This has become one of the main hubs for the virtual face-to-face community, which I personally love the fact that this is a place where the face-to-face and play by email and online website extended deadline game communities can come together. So just a quick shout out to that. And then similarly, that server is involved with the Club Growth Initiative project. So if you hop on that server, there is information about how you can find other players near you. If this is a game you'd like to participate in face-to-face, once we're able to return to that again, recommend you check it out. Register for the CGI, the Club Group Initiative. Check out the VWDC server. And with that, let's get back into Kathy Caruso. And as a reminder, we made a couple predictions. We were questioning. We had two triples facing off against each other, the West and the East. And some moves were made last turn. And we were questioning whether these were setup moves or if the alliances were going to stick together. Doug, you had mentioned that perhaps Sergey and Natty might be putting Germany into Sweden as something you'd like to see. So let's find out if that happens. I'm going to leave you in the West, Doug, and I'm going to have you lead us off.
Germany sticks with the triple for now. And, very significant moves by Christian to get to North Africa, to get to the West Med. There's a bounce in Lyon. That's all fine. This is starting to lock down a line right here, which isn't long-term great for Christian or Maxime. You don't want to have yourselves locked in position forever, because then people will eat you from the backside eventually. I really wanted to see Natty unlock one of his home centers so that he could be in position to get a build and to grow. If he doesn't, he's going to be, eventually he's going to get eaten by France or England. He needs to be an active growth participant in the Western Triple.
Yeah. In the East, it doesn't look like what we were hoping was going to happen has happened. So Ed moved, if you guys remember, he moved his armies down. They are going back up. And obviously Sergei saw that initial move to be at least somewhat threatening. My guess is that this is an agreed upon bounce with Serbia and Romania, not a stab of any kind or an attempt at one. I wonder if that was the right way to go. If Ed has made these moves and it's made Sergei suspicious, that may not have been the right choice. And I wonder what conversations were happening that kind of turned Ed around. Unfortunately, it looks like Craig will be out at the end of this turn. He was not able to get back into Smyrna or another dot. And Maxime is, facing off with Christian Klein. There's a lot of red, some black arrows as Christian moves further into the med. Maxim doesn't lose Tunis this time, but that's a, pretty legitimate press into the med there on Christian's part. So I'm sure that he's gearing up for that fight, and maybe he was able to convince Ed not to stab him. Maybe that was the conversation that happened when Ed moved his armies down, saying, this is not the right time to attack me, given that Christian is coming. But I don't know if that was a conversation they had or not.
Well, the clever move was from before the break, so we forgot about it a little bit, was when Sergei destroyed Maxime's fleet in Ankara. So Maxime has a build in the bag right here, which is going to allow him to build a fleet in Rome, which he can then use to defend the Tyrrhenian Sea, and then the Ionian Sea can defend Tunis. So Christian is effectively stymied right here. And Tyrolia can go over to Piedmont and completely lock the line down if they need to do that. For me, when I was listening to what you said, Corey, I kept seeing the move Silesia to Warsaw, and why are you moving back off the line there? What's going on there, do you think?
I mean, overall, it looks like Sergei is maybe turning into a bit of a defensive position, right? So I'm sure that he wasn't going to leave his army in Sev for the purposes, or army in Ankara, so that he's not taking a dot away from Maxime. But he could have moved to Armenia if he really thought that Ed was going to be a problem. He could have protected himself that way. But Jason is moving in. Natty may be moving in. Maybe he's just making the decision to say, like, hey, I need to be more worried about Ed. I need to be worried more about being defensive than I need to be about being offensive at this particular moment.
In 1904, we see England building a fleet in Eddy. As predicted, we see the clever fleet Rome. We bid farewell to Craig Mayer. We will see you in the next round. Sergei disbands the fleet in black. Ed builds an army in Budapest. So it looks like we're seeing some strategic statements being made with these builds. Let's just push into the spring of 05. Doug, why don't you lead off in the West? What are we seeing?
We've got our stasis point coming. Christian, of course, goes to Gulf of Leon, and then Marseille. We can ignore the South for quite a while until that breaks because nobody's making any progress down there. I think this is just a continuation of the alliance. We could almost fast forward through the moves. They didn't quite get it right here in the North. I'm not sure how that misorder, sort of happened or what they did. The Baltic Sea really needs to pop up to Gulf of Bothnia to crack the line. It's good to go to Silesia, but I don't see a lot of benefit to convoying Kiel to Prussia versus going to Livonia or going to Gulf of Bothnia. You can walk there functionally. He very easily could have done Munich to Silesia, Berlin to Prussia, Kiel to Munich, supported by Burgundy, and you're in a stronger position, effectively the same position. And then you're in Bothnia and you take St. Petersburg this year, and you have the opportunity to blow up Russian units that he can't strategically disband from the south. So a bit of a tactical conundrum there.
I mean, carrying on from that, since you're ending at this friction between Sergei and Natty, right? We also see just a long red chain from Ed, where he was going to Silesia. It didn't work right because it was a supported move on Natty's part. But to me, and this is just a guess, and maybe it's obvious to other folks, but it looks to me like he did that on purpose. He wants his units to remain where they are so that as soon as Germany gets up next to Sergei, he can just attack and be like, well, you were going down anyway, and my units were there. That means that Bulgaria is at easy pickings. Romania is probably going to be easy pickings at that point because Sergey is not going to be able to afford to spend the units to protect them. So I'm really hoping we see like a big blow up here of Ed, where Ed really gets some good builds, and we do a back to back with Maxime, and they just go.
You know, David Hood talks a lot about and has talked about when you get a conga line like this, where you know everybody is moving in sequence with each other like a dance floor. You know, you don't want to waste all those units like that. But Ed, when you do something like that and you are almost certain it's going to get bounced, you're doing it for a reason. And Ed is now in position by moving to Greece, by moving to Khan, to take Bulgaria and Romania, and there's nothing that Russia can do about it. And for the long term, he also has Ankara behind the line. So and Trieste is easily takeable. You know, Ed is effectively 4 centers stronger than he appears on the board. He's basically sitting at 10 or 11 right now, effectively. So, you know, Ed really has an opportunity here when he's ready, which I think he is this fall, to make a splash.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that.
Did not do it.
Nope. All right. Okay, Ed. I was really, really looking forward to that. Yeah, self-bounce in Bulgaria. I mean, Doug, what's your take on this? Because frankly, I don't see any point to this, right? I don't see any point to saying I'm going to hold off on taking Sergei's dots in the south for now. It does not seem to be beneficial at this particular point. It seems like at this point, Ed wants to be a little bit bigger, right? He doesn't want to just sit there and continually do much of nothing with his units.
You know, Ed might be diplomatically trying to get the West to stab here. You know, there's a benefit to being patient here, in that, you know, now it's not just Bulgaria and Romania he can get. You know, he's sitting in Gascony, which is a nice place to be as Austria. You know, and Sergei has, you know, 5 units in the north defending 1 supply center. You know, that's not an ideal situation as Russia. So what they're probably trying to do here is from Galicia, and St. Petersburg can go to Livonia with support from Moscow, and then you're trying to get Finland back to St. Petersburg to redeploy your units more effectively. I don't know. I would have stabbed here.
Yeah, it just seems like an interesting choice, right? Because let's say he wants to stay with Sergei for a little bit longer for tactical reasons. He's now lost a unit, and I believe all of his home centers are occupied. So he's lost a unit. He's not going to be able to rebuild this year. It seems like it's slowing his pace. That we could have maybe seen an explosion from Ed where he really gets a lot of traction. He really is able to push forward and make a solid play for the top for himself. But he's just, you know, maybe staying a little bit more passive. And maybe that's just based off the conversations. You know, we don't know that, but
right.
I would have really liked to see a more of a action here.
We don't know. But still, I definitely would have. I think it was the time to make the swing.
Well, Ed is famously known for saying he lacks the heart of a champion, which he has clearly proven is not correct. But let's find a little bit more about our friend Ed Sullivan from Zach's Facts, coming in at our number 4 seed. He is a self-described Care Bear with rabies. How he got here was against my vocal objections. Favorite cigar, Don Carlos the Man by Arturo Fuente. Diplomacy hero is DBN's own David Hood. And a little known fact, coached the University of Houston to win the National Mock Trial Championship. University of Houston, very important in my life because my parents met and were married while attending the University of Houston. So yet another relationship between the two of us. Ed, he wins the profile pictures. I think this is my favorite one so far. Corey, what do you learn from this profile?
Well, I am not surprised to see that someone who can coach a college team to winning a mock trial championship plays diplomacy. That seems like an absolute hand-in-hand set of extracurricular activities. And absolutely love the photo. And I second his diplomacy hero of David Hood. David is a fantastic guy, and we're all lucky that he participates with DBN and throws in his 2 cents every once in a while.
All right. Well, in the winter of, I guess we have no adjustments in winter of 06. So moving on to spring of 06. Welcome back, Doug. Corey, why don't you lead us off? We've got some black arrows. What are we seeing?
All right. So we see Jason is moving in on Sergey. He is unfortunately having to piff the unit in Finland. It looks like him and Ed are maybe trying to get on the same page in that they've moved towards the line again with Natty. I see that Khan is walking into Bulgaria, but I don't believe that's a stab. He's going to be out of it by fall, so that unit, I'm sorry, supply center will remain with Sergey. I don't know about Bud to Trieste, though. I mean, it seems like that would be a strange stab if that's really what's happening. It could be that he's walking
I think it's
through.
going to Tyrolia. I think it's walking up to Tyrolia.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting, though, because Tyrolia is not vacant, right? So if they're not able to get into Tyrolia for whatever reason, that center is going to switch from Maxime to Ed. Maybe that's not a big deal, but given Maxime's position with Christian, I don't know if I would risk it.
Yeah, I hear you. I want to just point out, like, Bohemia got blown up for the second time, 2 units.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty fun. So I like that. And for those of you, Brandon Fogel, who like to talk about Germany going to Bohemia, here is an object lesson as to why one does not go to Bohemia. And that why Silesia is superior. The rest in the West, you've just got maneuvering. They did finally blow up Finland because they were able to attack St. Petersburg. I think that what's happening in the North is actually informing what Ed is going to do. And I think Ed is probably going to take Bulgaria because Russia, what is he going to do? Build in Sevastopol? He doesn't need it anymore. And, if Austria is going up on the line, he's going to need some of those builds. So, Russia, we don't need any more Russian armies if you're sitting there as Ed. So I think Ed's going to ultimately take that dot.
So not a stab.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Corey.
I was going to say, are you thinking that he's... Apologies. Then...
So, Doug, are you saying he is going to go up a dot, but it's not a stab?
Yeah, I think it's arranged. I was playing in a game with in Cascadia where Chris Kelly was Russia and I was Austria in a similar position. And, I went to him and I said, like, look, I got to take a dot from you right now. This is the time where it happens. And he was defending the North in almost an exact same kind of scenario. And, first of all, there's nothing they could do about it. And second of all, if you're in an alliance, you have to make sure that everybody's bringing something useful to the table. And, 2 dots down there, eventually that's just the temptation's there. So you might as well lose them slowly as part of an arrangement. Maybe you get Berlin later as like a compensation or something.
Well, in a relationship where we have 2 competing triples that still continue to clash, it does seem like the West is making some small movement with the move of the army into Finland, but will it be enough? In spring of 06, it does look like our board took a draw. It was sort of kind of proposed by Ed. The quote is, "I'm not proposing a draw, but I'd like everyone to think about it." The board then took the draw vote and it failed. So we continue in fall of 06. We've got some movement. Doug, why don't you start us out?
Well, Germany here is definitely the victim, losing Munich and Holland. And it looks like, that defense to offense move, mid-Atlantic to the English Channel also sets, Christian up pretty nicely. So, this is a big move in this game. This is a big turn. I do think it's really notable here that, Jason gets St. Petersburg and so has a build to defend against whatever Christian is bringing forward. And that is very important and significant. And I think that Jason diplomatically benefits because, maybe he agreed, he was supposed to vacate Sweden. I don't know. But Germany is losing too. And the people that took it were not Jason. So maybe Jason can get Natty's help here. But this is a big turn right here. You're muted, Corey.
Oh my goodness. My nickname is gonna switch from the monster to Corey muted, something like that. So I agree, it is a big turn. I also think it could have potentially been a big turn in the East. It was not. Ed did walk out of Bulgaria. He did not keep it, which is interesting because, as you suspected, Trieste was able to walk into Tyrolia. He could have picked up 2 builds here and actually built 2, right? So Greece could have headed up to Bulgaria, and Bulgaria could have gone to Romania. 2 builds would have been vacant, as in V as in Gal, and Bud is open.
Yeah, before you flip ahead, Brian, I did not see this, and it was pointed out in the chat. One of the hazards sometimes of trying to make real fast analysis is sometimes you miss things. So thanks for flagging that, folks. The Barents Sea went to Norway, so Jason is not getting a build here, which is pretty significant because the North Sea is sitting open. There's nothing stopping Christian from taking London.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Jason.
Yeah, that is huge. We have what I think could be the biggest moment of this game so far, with Christian moving into a potentially dominant position. We have a weak Germany being attacked on multiple fronts, and the loss of Norway. Doug, you called it. This was absolutely significant, as now the West is in Christian's hand, and the only risk that he really has is from Italy. And so I'm real curious to see how Maxime responds to this.
Yeah, I wonder also, was Jason just greedy and trying to hold Sweden? Why not go to Norway there and give Germany Sweden, because you can take it next year anyway? I don't quite understand that. It would have bounced and he would have held Sweden and Norway and taken St. Petersburg and had it build. If Jason indeed was greedy here and betrayed Natty, it hurt him, and it might diplomatically hurt him for the long term. Like that fleet in Norway, that is not what you want right now.
Well, Christian goes up 1 in France. We've got Maxime building in Italy, Ed building in Austria, Sergey building in Russia. So the East builds along with Christian Klein. We've got a decline from Natty, and Jason stays even. For our adjustments, we've got an army in Paris. We've got a disband of the fleet in Bothnia, fleet Naples, army Vienna. And an army in Warsaw. There we go. Corey, I'm going to let you go first on this. This is a big set of builds. What do you read from this?
I think that Italy, Austria, and Russia are going to continue to try and work together. To me, this looks like we're really actively trying to not stab each other, given the change in direction in the West from Christian and Jason.
I think that I think Ed missed his opportunity, and I called it before. You're letting Sergey stay in this game. At some point, he can abandon the North at this point and swing everything south if he wants to, because there's a fleet in St. Petersburg. He can go to Skagerrak. He could cut a deal with England and just say, like, hey, dude, you leave your fleet there, go elsewhere, put me in Denmark, you take Norway, we both benefit and swing south. And frankly, that's probably what he should do. because he's not going to make any gains otherwise that are going to be significant, and he's always going to be vulnerable at Romania and Bulgaria. So, but Ed, at some point you've got to make a play here if you want to top this board and you want to make the top board. And if I'm Christian, as a consequence of this, I'm like, well, screw you guys. I just stabbed Germany and didn't get you guys fighting. Well, I'm going to lock the line down and I'm not going to mess with England. And we're just going to sit here until you guys stab. I stabbed and you didn't. I'd be pretty frustrated if I was Christian.
Do you think Christian had a conversation with Ed? I mean, everyone on this board is a great player. They all saw the same board that we did. Did Christian go to Ed and say, hey, like, do it now, like, and try and get some pressure on that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll see a scenario where people are like, well, I'm not going to stab until you stab. So, get with the program here. And Christian clearly did that. And as a consequence, Italy grew, right? Mm-hmm. Is this a deal with Maxime maybe where it's like Italy puts a fleet down and now he can go after Ed? I don't know. But that's why, Christian's interest here is if I'm going to stab, I need chaos in the East. Somebody's got to make a move. And they didn't. And so, he has no incentive right now to stab Jason at all. And he has every incentive to just sit on the line and be like, well, screw you guys. I'm going to prop Germany up.
It actually kind of looks like he made the move, and that was what cemented the East to be like, okay, well, let's stop thinking about stabbing each other even, generally, and continue trying to fight the West. It's interesting.
All right. Well, spring of 1907, we will lead off in the West. So we've got more movement. What's going on?
It looks to me like France is going to continue the fight against Germany, but not against England. And although I had some fun suggestions for England and Russia, obviously they're not going for that. And instead we get basically the situation that probably should have happened after last time, where Germany goes into Sweden and, you got a change of position basically. So I assume that England was okay with Natty taking Sweden there. It seems pretty likely. Interesting, but not a lot going on. The key for me is, there's some discord there between Christian and Natty. Natty's moving his armies west. The East is like, great. Christian goes to Ruhr. This could be a peace offering where he's like, I will put you back into Munich, although they can't do that because that's a force strength there. But, it's potentially worth a shot.
Yeah, there's not really much happening in the East either, mostly just supports and holds. The only real gain that I can see is that Maxime is able to get into Piedmont, which isn't great, but isn't, I don't know, catastrophic, I would say, at this particular point. But I guess it depends on what Christian's intentions really are with Natty.
If this game is going to be static for a little while, what you're ultimately going to see is England has Norway and Denmark, and France is probably going to get Kiel, and Russia probably gets Berlin, and then what are you sitting on, like a stalemate line, with three powers on this board, probably not going to end this way. So it's a question of who is going to stab at what point still in the East. I just doubt that you're going to see this last forever. Okay. I would be very disappointed if it did. And I will give, all kinds of mocks back to those who have not stabbed Ed.
Well, in the med, it does look like we've got a little bit of unit advantage for Maxime if he wants to continue pushing on. So let's take a look at Zach's facts for Maxime Popov. Coming in at our number 11 seed, also describes himself as an alliance player. How they got here? By wading through an avalanche of best country awards. I can honestly say I have never seen one player collect so many best player awards or best country awards in one season. Here's a tidbit. He speaks 4 languages, all of which can be found on the diplomacy board. But if you want to know which specific languages, you will have to sign up for our DBN Plus, our new subscription streaming service. And he is one of our players that comes in with their own fan club, Pop-Off's Party Poppers. So
nice, drawing there on the picture of Eddie Bursan. Nice job, Maxime. I approve. Since everyone is going with Eddie Bursan, it seems like the players may have arranged that.
All right. Well, let's really quickly then, while we're focusing on Maxime, Doug, how does Maxime win this game? Can he from this position?
He certainly can win this game or top this board. He has a good result, a reasonably good result from, his last game. So that's why I keep thinking to myself, like, this game is not going to end where it is. Maxime needs more points. So it's in his interest to play. Now, the reality is he's not getting those points from Christian. Christian has demonstrated that that is not going to happen. So, what I think Maxime is diplomatically trying to do here is like, Christian, my dude, got 5 fleets. I can't do anything against you. Why don't you go back to like MAO in Spain and I pop over to the Aegean Sea in East Med and I go take those juicy, juicy red dots over there. That's what you've got to think through at this point.
And it's a nice contrast between the Game 6 board, where we see France and Italy completely not locking up with each other at all, as opposed to this one, where they're spending. I mean, look at all of these units: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units, all holding a line against 3 French units. That is not a most efficient way to go about doing this. So I agree with you, Doug. Some movement or adjustment in strategy may be in order here.
Well, and for Christian, honestly, like, that's a good deal if you go to Spain and MAO, if you believe that Italy is not going to go forward, because then you can go MAO to the IRC and pop up and turn your defense into offense as long as Maxime doesn't go forward. So, that could be beneficial for both of them if they can pull it off.
All right. Well, Corey, why don't you lead us off in the East? We've got 1 black arrow or 2 black arrows. Why don't we start talking about those?
Well, I'm not sure who suggested it. It might have been in the comments, but someone talked about a deal potentially with Sergey and Jason for taking back State P. I know that encroaches a little bit onto Doug's territory there, but it does look like that is what has occurred. No, Maxime has decided to continue pushing into the Med. He is able to get into Lyon, which is great. And Piedmont supports Lyon into Naples. I would bet some money that Piedmont did a unrequested support on the off chance that, thinking that Lyon is going to try and bounce him in Piedmont, which I love those. What are those called? Unassisted, unasked for supports. Unwanted supports. Those things are great. But he wasn't able to get into Tyrrhenian Sea. But I mean, I don't think it matters. I mean, if he's in Lyon, Tunis, and Ionian, and Tuscany, he's fine. It doesn't matter. Other than that, it's hold orders. A lot of holds from Ed. Come on, Ed, please, just do something, anything.
Yeah, the West is a time game here. Obviously Maxime and Christian couldn't get that deal oriented. The AIR has been unshakable from the beginning of this game. So, Christian going back to the Mid-Atlantic, allows him to, of course, cover Spain here, which he absolutely needs to do. The danger for Christian right here is, he's going to lose Marseille. Because Munich can tap Burgundy and they have enough to beleaguer a garrison there. Next year. So Christian's got some work to do if he is going to retain his position here. He's making an attack on Kiel. Okay, that's fine. And Jason, I'm not sure what Jason's doing here because he just spent a year basically treading water. Oh, great, I take Norway back and I kicked Germany out of Sweden, but I lost St. Petersburg. That if that was a greedy move that we talked about before, where he just held in Sweden, he just paid that price with a year of doing absolutely nothing. So not an efficient year for pacing. And really, like, Jason needs to get in this game. Like, if he's going to do anything, what's your game? Why aren't you taking St. Petersburg? If you're not taking St. Petersburg and like locking that down in the north, what are you doing in this game? Because you could be a key player in the center of the board by convoying to Denmark or putting a fleet there. So Jason, his slowdown is having costs for both him and Christian at this point.
So Doug, talk to me real quick. What are the tactics for a beleaguered garrison?
So a beleaguered garrison is a situation where two powers move into a place and would dislodge that power. So in this example, if Munich were to move to Burgundy, but Burgundy was moving to Munich with support from Ruhr and Kiel and Berlin, we'll just pretend that there's two supports on each side. If those two units were to bounce, say Tyrolia and Burgundy with Ruhr and Bohemia bounce, even though that unit moved, it's not dislodged because there was a standoff there from other units. So that's called a beleaguered garrison. And it's a tactic that you can use to create effect if you can create those situations, because it essentially allows you a free unit to go and do some nasty things like help take Marseille and not lose your advanced position somewhere else.
Got it. So spring of 1908. Let's go ahead and stay in the West, Doug.
It looks like they did try to create a beleaguered garrison there potentially, or they just decided, well, we'll just blow up the army. We don't care. They have plenty of armies, so it's not that big of a deal. The most significant thing here is, Maxime and Ed and the AIR can read the board as well as anybody else can. They see how they could take Marseille. They do so. But the move to Gascony is really important here. Christian identifies the challenge and goes and puts himself in position to lock things down so he doesn't lose anything else. So that's obviously very important. Jason continues to move on St. Petersburg slowly but surely, moving to Skagerrak, maybe to take Denmark. I don't know. Not sure what the value is of that, but fine. Maybe Christian wanted him out of the North Sea or something.
Corey?
Yeah, in the East, we have Maxime and Ed working together, coming up into Munich, unfortunately losing the Italian unit, but I'm sure he will be able to rebuild it. And then moving Aegean into Ionian. So I would say that right now it looks like they're really working in lockstep, and maybe 2 years ago we were thinking there was a stab imminent, but now it doesn't seem like that's likely, at least not with the current positions.
So Corey, Doug, has the AIR crossed the line? Have they broken this?
No, they haven't broken this at all. They got Marseille, but now they have to spend a ton of units to defend it, and it's with a fleet, so the fleet can't go up and tap Burgundy. It's he can defend Spain with this position, and that's all he needs to do. That's why Gascony was so crucial.
So Christian's decision to protect Burgundy and move to Gascony was critical here.
Right. He saw the writing on the wall here. I can't hold this, so I'm not going to bother. So I go to Spain and Gascony, and that means that I can hold that forever, and I still have an advanced position and might be able to use that as a springboard to take Gulf of Lyon. If I take Gulf of Lyon, maybe I blow up that fleet, then I can retake Marseille potentially. So Christian did the right thing here. He's going to pull the army in Holland, and they're going to make nicey nice with Germany, most likely.
Good defense from Christian Klein. We'll take a look at his Zax Facts. Comes to us as the number 7 seed. Play style, he's the boiling water and you're the frog. How they got here, He was the DixieCon champion. Dixie, of course, being the very first major virtual face-to-face tournament that we had. Christian started the season off with a bang. Club nickname within the Windy City Weasels, and now catching on in the tournament hobby, nickname is the Scorpion, due to the old fable talking about a frog offering to carry the scorpion across, and the scorpion says, hey, you don't have to worry about me, because if I stab you, we will both die. And he, of course, does stab him, and while the frog is dying, the scorpion says, or the frog asks, why did you do it? And the scorpion shrugs and says, well, that's my nature. And that is Christian Klein. If you've played with him, you know. So we love him in the club. He is always fun to play with, and even more fun when he is on the other side of the board.
Oh, he is the best to play with when he is on the other side of the board. The best. Fantastic.
All right. Fall of 1908. Let's stick with France. Doug, what is going on in the West?
A big fat mess of nothing. Look at all those red arrows and crisscrossing support lines. You know, it looks like some kind of weird military plot of something. A whole lot of nothing. This looks like Jason is poking Christian. He's not. He's going to North Atlantic Ocean because they need an extra fleet up there eventually. That telegraphs to me that Christian is going to pull a fleet and concede the mid-Atlantic and lock the line down. So then I would probably expect he'll go like Spain to Portugal and west to Spain, supported by Gascony, something along those lines. The North, I don't know what Jason's doing up there. Like, come on, man. get St. Petersburg done. There's no reason not to.
All right, winner of 1908. We've got, I'm sorry, I skipped the East. Corey.
It's okay. It was also a whole lot of nothing. In fact, it literally looks like everyone is just trying to get out of the East. It's like there's nobody left behind. They all want to vacate. So very similar situation. The West is going to be a very crowded side of the board if any of them get their way.
So in a secondary example, when we talked about beleaguered garrison, if you put the circle on Munich here, you can't dislodge yourself, right? So Ed has supports into Munich. So even though that would normally dislodge, you can't dislodge yourself, which creates a secondary type of beleaguered garrison. So this is a good use of tactics here by Ed to basically make Munich a free mover. And stymie Christian's defense getting back to Burgundy. So this is a great use of that tactic.
All right. Well, in winter of 1908, Christian disbands Mid-Atlantic, and Ed builds Army Budapest, and Maxime stays even, I guess, with his builds. Or waves. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Moving on to spring of 1909. Corey, we'll start with you in the East. We've got some black arrows. We got some movement. What's going on?
Fantastic. So we do have another daisy chain, but this one is actually working this time. Congrats, guys. Maxime heads into Lyon, and everything that's backed up behind it is able to go through. Just further pressing west, which is fantastic. I'll be really honest in thinking I did not think that my guys here in the East were going to make it to this point without stabbing each other. I'm starting to have like legitimate respect for the fact that they haven't done anything to each other, even though it was kind of boring there for a couple years. Good job on Maxim for being able to get to this position where he's allowing basically his allies to advance.
I don't know that I just had a blink there, so I'm not sure if that was me or somebody else, but I'll just continue on here. I like the move to Lyon here. Strong play by Maxime. Well done. Hey, Jason, you're in the game finally. NAO goes to MAO. They've got a stalemate line over there. They can just basically say, yeah, whatever, go away. and in Germany, they get into Ruhr, they get into Burgundy, and they can draw the line there as well. So we've really got a very static game at this point. The only thing that's really going to switch is St. Petersburg, and then after that, I'm not sure. Somebody's got to do something.
Well, Doug, question for you. We've got a English Fleet by Jason Massbaum sitting in mid-Atlantic, while we've got France with a fairly weak line. Is Christian the frog in this game, and is Jason actually the scorpion? What do you think?
If you want Maxime to explode, yeah, go for it. Stab Christian Klein. He's going to be incredibly vengeful, and you're going to see very quickly in Italian, in Portugal, and Spain, and Mid-Atlantic. So, yeah, I mean, if I'm Maxime, I'm absolutely pitching Jason on that. But if Jason gets greedy, Maxime is going to roll, and and Ed, I assume as well. That would be a terrible play. They have the dominant position in this game. Do the math. Austria is at 7, Italy's at 7. That's 14. Russia's at 6, but really 5. They've got 19 senators. They're over the line. Plus, they would get Berlin. I mean, no, absolutely, do not stab. Go take St. Petersburg, build your structure on the inside to put pressure in Livonia and Prussia so that your side of the alliance gets Kiel and Berlin and Denmark if you ultimately take those. But really what you need to be doing as England here and as France is talking to Ed and Maxime. It's hey, we're happy to draw, whatever. Y'all are the ones that got to figure this out. You're the ones who haven't done anything, you and your loser air alliance. It's not a loser air alliance. They're winning, but that's what you would say.
All right. Well, fall of 1909. Let's start in the West. Doug, your wish came true. Looks like we've got Jason moving into St. Pete. What's going on?
It took him long enough. It's 1909, for the love of God. The greedy play, I mean, it took 2 years after that to really lock the position down in the north. Now, it doesn't really cost anything. I'm just, it's frustrating when something like that happens. What it has really done is, if Jason had done that correctly, they don't, they're sitting in Kiel and Berlin and Denmark, and Germany's out of the game. So it does have that kind of cost. But look, the rest of this is okay, well, we're bouncing.
Yeah, just a lot of red, lots of supports. Yeah.
So the thing that happens now is Jason, Baltic is not needed to. Well, I guess Baltic is going to be needed. They could cut Kiel and use it that way instead. So, Jason's got to figure out: am I going to be able to get Livonia? Maybe. Probably not. Not if they keep the pressure on Berlin, forcing Baltic to do that. So tactically, the East should shift gears here and start pipping Kiel and go for Berlin instead.
Let's take a quick look at our German player, Natty Schaefer. Zach's Facts, he comes in as seed number 19. His play style is an alliance player and risk averse. How they got here: a strong showing at Liberty Cup. And his non-diplomacy hobby is biking with his dog and camping, but his dog prefers the biking. So another great picture. Appreciate everybody sending these photos in. It's really entertaining. Corey, what did you learn about Natty from this profile?
Well, I learned that he also enjoys taking his dog out for walks and whatnot, biking and stuff. My dog is entirely too energetic to handle a bike, but he loves any opportunity to be outside. So I get that. And I mean, that's my side hobby too, go out and hang out with the dog, except for not when it's, in Chicago in the winter or Texas. If you're in Texas, not that either. Don't do that.
Yeah. And on that topic, just our thoughts go out to those in Texas. I have that's my home and my family's there. Just heartbreaking to see some of the stories coming out of there. But also, like in many great tragedies, there's also moments where the community's coming together and supporting each other. So really appreciate seeing that. And just a shout out to all of our Texans out there right now.
Can we just like tease Ed a little bit right now for fun?
Always.
So Ed could walk to Venice, Trieste, Naples, and Romania, and obviously he wouldn't be able to build all that stuff, but like really put himself into position here to like not just win this game, but like get to the top board, which is what the goal is here. At a certain point, like I understand like you're playing a game and there's everything is going on here, but when you have the opportunity to really take control of the game, at a certain point you need to do that. And if there are times where people like end games early when there are points on the table, and then they lose a tournament by like a quarter of a point or something like that, or they miss the top board by 1 point, and you feel awful when that happens, and you deservedly so, because you had the opportunity. Ed has his hands on the steering wheel of this game, has had for a long time. He's got nowhere to grow. It's time. And if you're not going to do this, remember, you have huge scores from Conrad and Russ and 2 solos. You don't know what's happening. Those spots on the top board are filling up. You take it, or, you're not making the top board.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in contention for those last spots on that top board. It could very easily, this is kind of like the bubble watch for getting into the tournament. Those points are going to be really, really close for those final spots.
Yeah, you go ahead, Corey. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I actually had a question about that. Is this Ed's first game, or did he play a game last weekend? I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure this is his first game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad result for a first game, but given what you're talking about, Doug, there are points on the table here for Ed. I mean, is he really advantaged if this game is going into a draw? And I don't think that he is. I think right now is maybe the time to get those points while you can.
We talked about the adage of, why did the scorpion stab the frog? Because it's in my nature. Let's use another one. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. And in this situation, Ed has a board top in his grasp. All he needs to do is reach out and take it. You don't know what the next game is going to hold. And sure, we're diplomacy players, and these are all good players, and you have confidence in your ability, but they're all good players, and they're all going to be going for their best result next time. You've got to take advantage of this now. And if you don't, it's on you.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I mean, just looking at who's left for their second game, it's not like round 2 today is going to be any easier, right? So
Exactly.
I totally agree with you. I really want Ed to make a play. And I mean, frankly, that would provide a lot of relief to a couple other players. I don't think it would end the game. I don't think it's like the game would be destroyed if Ed made the move now to stab his allies. So, I mean, here's to hoping he does it.
What do we predict Maxime builds with his build, and similarly with Jason? Corey, I'll let you go. What is Maxime build?
I would build Army Venice.
Yeah, same for me,
Yeah.
Doug.
Oh, absolutely. Army Venice.
Yeah, and that's going to make that stab a lot harder.
Yeah.
Jason here doesn't need Barents anymore. That should go to Norway. What he should be preparing to build is an army in case that's needed somewhere in the continent. He does not need another fleet at this point. And frankly, if he puts I don't love the fleet there.
Fleet in Eddie and Fleet in Naples. We are experts at this, but we're not in the game. Like, we do not know the conversations that are taking place. Perhaps these are more diplomatic than strategic or tactical decisions.
I mean, Jason, maybe in case there's a collapse, he wants to be able to get to Denmark. I understand that, but Barents Sea, there's no reason for that to be there anymore. That just needs to go to Norway.
That build in Fleet Naples, that's putting a lot of faith in Ed to continue showing restraint. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I find this interesting. This is Maxime's last game, correct?
I think so.
Yeah, so I find this very interesting from him that he wouldn't protect himself with Venice. I mean, it was interesting because he said maybe this was a diplomatic choice, and I was like, what's the diplomatic choice here at this point? You're coming up to a draw or whatever you have right now. And then I'm thinking, like, maybe Maxim doesn't care. Maybe Maxim wants the draw. But I don't think that you're incentivizing a draw by not building Army Venice, and I don't think you're incentivizing yourself to have a better score by also not building Army Venice. So
Well,
it's interesting.
Yeah, right. And if I'm Jason Massbaum at this point, I have zero incentive to play for a draw. I have every incentive to keep this game going as long as possible. Like, I'm only playing one game anyway. I'm a replacement player because somebody else had to drop out. Why in the world would I take a draw? And at some point, Ed might get tempted. And the way those fleets are arrayed, he can't even stop it from going to Venice. Like, he's got to go to Apulia in order to stop it. Then he can't take it back. It's like such a vulnerable position right there. I don't see how Ed is not like succumbing to the temptation. And it's also the right move. Like, Ed, be seduced by the red side. Take the dots.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I would love to know what the conversations are, because I can just imagine, Ed is, maybe locked up by Maxim and Sergei in a room where they basically, maybe they're trying to keep him from talking to the other side, because what's Jason's going to say to him other than like, dude, do it now, because if you do it now, then I can do it now. And I feel like Christian would be saying the same thing, though, I mean, because he's Christian, but also like, because he also has play on this board too, even if like, Jason stabs him, right? Like, Christian wants to continue. There's no way he wants to quit. There's no way.
All right, well, let's find out. Spring of 1910, we'll start in the West. What do we have?
We got nothing. We have one move that achieves anything, and that's to the Norwegian Sea. I do think it's interesting, that Jason is trying to get to Livonia, but hey, okay, that's fine. That's it.
Corey.
I mean, I don't know why. Okay, sure. I don't have any strong feelings about this. I wish I was saying like, oh, it's going to Ukrainian to stab, but I have no faith that that's what's happening.
Well, that could be a stab. So look at what he did. He went to Galicia and Ukraine and Greece. So
yeah, but I mean, Naples followed him.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to be stabbing Italy. He could be stabbing Russia.
Totally. I'm just saying, like, if Maxim knows that Ed is turning this direction, like, I don't know.
Well, that could explain Fleet Naples. Is he's pulling Ionia into Greece. Naples is going to go hold Ionian, and it becomes the Ed and Maxime show.
Right. It very well could be, and do it a different way. That's fine. Maybe Ed and Maxime have been solidly allied, and they're going to cut Sergei out. That's okay too. I do want to just note the fleet went to the Norwegian Sea, right? Why in the world did you build a fleet if you're going to the Norwegian Sea?
That baffled. I was hoping, Doug, being the world-class player that you are, you might have some insight that I was missing, because I, for the life of me, cannot understand this at all.
You're one space away from the North Sea, which you would be if you moved Barents to Norway. I guess if you went to the North Sea from there and you moved Finland to Norway, then you're in one turn position to convoy instead of 2 turns. That would have been your pace move. Then if you wanted to drop into Belgium or Holland, you're positioned to do so. I guess diplomatically, Christian doesn't want you to do that. And if that's the case, don't build, wave. But having an army in England is always good play, because you don't know what you need, and you have plenty of fleets. I think this was a missed opportunity to set himself up to take something when the balloon goes up in the east.
Well, speaking of a balloon going up in the east, we're going to find out shortly if that's going to happen. But before we do that, let's take a look at Sergeyan, Zach's facts, seed number 17. Playstyle: likes to start with 2 main allies and 5 secondary allies. Not quite sure how that works out. I think in the chat for our last broadcast, somebody said, well, maybe if One of his allies is himself. How they got here, strong showing at Nexus Season 4. Again, one of my absolute favorite things about the DBNI is that we are bringing together all of the diplomacy hobbies, and I love to see players scoring well from the extended deadline community to make it in and having a strong showing. Sergey, I infamously predicted would not make the DBNI, and he has not only proved me wrong, he has scored extremely well with consistent quality play throughout the season. He has definitely earned my respect, and his favorite sports team, Liverpool FC, 6th place in the EPL table. Someone who knows soccer better than I do will have to explain what that means, but I'm glad he's excited about it. So, Corey, have you learned anything here about Sergey?
I mean, I'd like to say that I learned that he can count, but that seems like that might be not the case. I'm not sure, but I mean, good for him for liking soccer. I mean, I don't feel like that's a thing that you hear too often, at least over here.
Doug.
Kevin O'Kelly is cursing you right now, Corey.
Mm-hmm. I think he always is, so it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I think we've seen consistent, strong play from Sergey. I think it's just it's an amusing anecdote that he likes to have 2 main allies and 5 secondary allies, and the math doesn't work there. So who's actually getting stabbed? Is it a main ally? Is it a secondary ally? They're all allies. So it's fun.
Well, he is going to be in need of an ally here. Doug, if you are Sergey and you see Ed coming here, Ed may be saying, I'm coming to help, but what is your pitch if you're Sergey?
I don't have a good one, and I would acknowledge that I don't have a good one, other than like, hey, I've been with you all game. I mean, are you really going to reward this, me pinning Jason up here by taking my dots? At least tell me about it, and like keep me around so I get some kind of result, or I'm going to pull Moscow and put England in there. And that's all you've got.
Fall of 1910, Corey, we'll lead off with you. Let's keep an eye on that Moscow-St. Pete relationship.
Okay. Nothing really. Sorry, Kevin. I wasn't really knocking soccer, but that's fine. It's just a ball on a field. It's fine. I mean, those units are holding, so if they went over there to help, they're not helping. Not that there would have been much to help with. And it's more supports. It's more of the same, Oh, nope, I lied. I'm so sorry. Maxime lost a unit there in Marseille. I think that's technically Doug's territory, so I'm going to switch that back over to him.
There's like how many pieces actually moved on the board, right? I mean, yeah, they got into Marseille. This was potentially always could have happened. It becomes a guessing game, and they didn't do the support, and so they lost Marseille as a consequence. Now, this is more significant for Christian really than it is for Maxime, in the sense that it's his home center. Maxime is blown up, but this was a good tactical move by Christian and Jason. They get that dot. I think it's entertaining that Christian could build a fleet in Brest and walk and take London, and I'm going to root for him to do that.
Well, I'm just shaking my head. What is Ed doing? I know he could move, but man, I don't understand why not make the move now. I don't understand it.
I mean, there's 4 dots he could have walked into. 4 dots right now. He could have gone to, he has to pick Venice or Trieste. Okay, 5. I lied. Venice, Trieste, Bulgaria, Romania, and Sev were all open.
Why are you doing this if you're not going to do anything?
Well, also from the chat, we had something that was really flagged there, which I thought this is really right. You can't get Berlin. What are you doing? You should be tapping Burgundy.
And I think Chris Kelly's got some insight about where this game is going. Oh my goodness.
I just want to clarify for Ed, when and if you listen to this, like, you're a great player. You're a great guy, but What the hell? Like,
You're
come
terrible,
on.
Ed. We hate you.
Please.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays out. Winner of 1910, Christian Klein gains a build, taking back Marseille. That's a pretty significant result in my mind. What does he build here, Doug?
I wave.
You wave.
Yeah.
Corey, you've played with Christian. Does he wave? All right. Let's see.
You
All right, Fleet Breast. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. That's another fleet. This is becoming a very fleet heavy West. Yeah.
They're trying to be able to set up that convoy. What is it? St. Pete to Smyrna, or not Smyrna, to Syria. They're working on it. They're working on it.
Yeah, I assume that this is okay. Jason, get your fleet out of there. I'll cover with Brest. You go back up to like NAO, which makes Jason's lack of an army build even more costly now that they got that, because now he has two fleets like dancing around, going, "Hey, what port do I go to?"
In spring of 1911, there was a draw vote. And that proposal was vetoed.
Ooh.
Who do you feel like vetoed?
Christian Klein. Christian, someone proposed a veto, and maybe he thinks he can still get to Ed, or he's being himself, or
why
for whatever reason.
I mean, if somebody publicly vetoed it, sure. Like I would do that as Christian. But then, like, privately, you might have like 4 players that voted it down if it ever came to a vote. Like I said, Jason should be voting that down. Christian should be voting that down. Ed should be voting it down.
Yeah.
Sergey should be like, yes, please draw. And I actually think Maxime should as well, unless he's going to do something, and try and go get those juicy red dots in the east, which he can't do because he has no armies.
All right. Well, we're going to pause here. But before we do that, I want you to make predictions. I feel like the game is kind of settled again. I think it's about to change. The West has kind of pushed back the surge from the East. I could see this game shifting in a few directions. So I'm going to step away for a moment. And Doug and Corey, if you'll each make your predictions, I will be right back.
All right, Doug.
I mean, my hope here is that Ed stabs. I mean, otherwise this game is going to continue in a draw mode. And, if I was Christian or Jason, I might say, no, I'm vetoing all draws because this is a garbage result and you guys need to do something. And until then, we'll just keep playing, and I don't care. I'll play 2 games at once. This game doesn't take any of my time at this point. So I think Ed's going to stab.
I think he's going to have to. It almost feels like it, even if he doesn't want to, it feels like there'd be enough peer pressure to some extent to get him to do it, because you do have players on this board who want a good result, and they do not want to end in, what is this, a 6-way draw? They don't want to end in a 6-way draw. They don't want that kind of result. And, frankly, even if this was my last game, I almost would say, no, I don't care if it's my last game. I don't care if I have no chance of getting onto the top board. I refuse to end my play in the Invitational with a 6-way draw where we basically just raced to the stalemate line. I feel like that's a legitimate perspective.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. So, and the reality in this game is, there is some potential opportunity for Jason and Christian to mess with each other, but they don't get the majority of the dots in that kind of situation. What is Christian going to go up and take London and 1-dot Jason and follow it up with what? He's not going to be able to prosecute that attack. And so likewise, Jason could 1-dot Christian, and we know how that would play out. If people know Christian at all, that's not going to go well for Jason. So there's very little opportunity here, I think, for EF to stab each other. And it has to come from Ed. He's that pivot in this game. And if Ed doesn't want to stab, then this game ain't moving. So, you know,
which they all have to know. They all have
Yeah.
to know that, right? So it's interesting. It's interesting to me that even if Ed was just like, God, I just don't want to deal with this anymore. Like, okay, so stab, open the game up for whoever else wants to do something. But I don't know why Ed wouldn't want to. That's what's killing me here. Is like, why doesn't Ed want these 4 dots?
Well, we will find out if he makes that move when we come back. But for now, we are going to return back to board Fred Davis. When we left off, it was fall of 1905. This game featured probably the best example of balance of power play that we've seen in the tournament so far. Definitely among the best. Lots of shifting alliances back and forth. Corey, who did you like in this game?
I think I was on the side of Andre.
Yeah.
I think I was a pro France.
Yep. Doug?
I don't remember at this point.
I think it was John Anderson.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I think John's got great position. Obviously, Andre's got great position too. And they're not in each other's way. John, you know, yeah, this game can go so many different directions, and the players in this game have shown a pretty strong propensity to switch sides or to do things that are propping other players up. So, you know, I just think there's so much fluidity potential in this game. It's hard to like lock in that somebody's going to do really well. You just don't know yet.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry, Brian. Just to add on to that, like I don't want to discount Russ here. You know, Russ has managed to get out of the box. He maybe doesn't have a lot of focus on him, particularly at this point. Like, he has the opportunity to grow while maybe other people are distracted with something else.
Chad is throwing a little shade, or maybe that was Brandon in the chat. Somebody behind the scenes saying one of these predictions will not age well. So we'll find out. Winner of 1905 sees Andre building Fleet Brest, Army Marseille. We've got England disbanding the army in Clyde. We've got Dave Roberts disbanding the fleet in Liverpool. So giving a lot of control in the English homeland to Andre. We got John Anderson building fleet Naples, Russ building army Ankara. A lot happening in these builds. Corey, I don't remember if you were east or west. Do you have a preference here?
I'll go, I think I was west, so I can stick with that.
All right, so I'll move you up to the west, and I'm going to let you start out. What stands out with these adjustments?
I mean, certainly Andre is going to continue his attack on Tanya. I think she made a good choice in keeping her fleets, particularly if Conrad is willing to, you know, leave her alone in Scandinavia so that she can maintain the dots to maintain those units. And I'm not totally surprised by Dave's choice, but I do think it's interesting since he's not going to be able to, you know, force the point that one of the English dots should be his. It can easily be taken from him. But I mean, maybe he's okay with that. I wouldn't. It feels to me like Andre might be getting a little big to be on Dave's back without some reciprocation to Dave in that alliance.
All right. Well, what about you, Doug? Anything stand out?
No, it looks to me like we've got a pretty strong IT over here. Again, based on those builds, you know, I think that John has the advantage over Russ, you know, because he can bottle Russ up pretty easily. For me, you know, when I look at the East, it's got to be a lot of conversation around, you know, if I'm Conrad in this situation, it's like, hey, great, you guys can take dots from me, but you know, you're not doing anything to stop France. So good luck, you know, with the rest of this game and the monster result that Andre is about to get, because I'm certainly not going to stop him anymore. You know, and that could be very effective diplomatically. You know, it's like, you know, they really kind of need to push Germany south right now, right? You know, and Germany is at France's mercy. So, you know, I do think that there is some diplomatic play here, but you know, it's at a disadvantage, generally speaking, because you're trying to get people to do things they don't want to do.
All right. Well, let's press on. Spring of 1906. Corey, I'm going to have you lead off in the West. Take us away.
All right. Well, unfortunately, one of Tanya's fleets is now off the board. Interesting that Marseille did not challenge Piedmont, given that Tyrolia has slipped into it. But, I mean, nothing to me looks terribly surprising, right? Dave is pushing the fleet out of Kiel, retaking that with French support. Tanya is getting pushed back. And unfortunately, for every unit she loses, she can't rebuild it. So,
Right.
I mean,
It's costly.
it's costly, but I mean, to some extent, maybe Conrad is okay with that, right? Because now he can be like, oh, well, I can take Sweden back or whatever. He can't now. Kiel's out. But to the extent that she loses more units, that just allows Conrad to re-expand back to wherever he was at before.
Yeah, the East, Conrad's doing what he can do. He's protecting what he can protect. He's still got a little bit of a bulwark from Brad there. But the story of the East is Turanian Sea to Lyon and Tyrolia to Piedmont. Now, Andre cannot stop John from taking Marseille at all. So that is really costly for Andre. Really costly.
Well, John Anderson making the big move. Let's learn a little bit more about him. Zach's facts for John Anderson coming in at the number 2 seed. His play style is balance of power, living up to that in this game for sure. How he got here, the Weasel Moot champion. His favorite diplomacy player is Chris Brand, perhaps explaining why he made the bid for Italy today. Reason for sticking around the hobby. This is the first social group I've been a part of that's not said I sound like Ray Romano. Man, I'd be a part of a lot of communities if that's the reason why I stuck around. Nobody's ever said that. And then drink of choice is hot chocolate.
Well, if you hear John Anderson talk, and maybe we'll get a chance to interview him if he does really well on this board. There is some resemblance there, but definitely not exactly. But I could see where people would be coming from.
All right. Well, Doug, he is your pick for topping this board going into this segment. He made a good move, a strong play here. What is the impact strategically on him being able to pick up Marseille?
It's not just Marseille. He also backfilled Bulgaria. I mean, he's about to grow too. Strategically speaking right now, he gets to take Marseille. He needs to take it now. There's a temptation right here to make a play for position and drive out to the west, maybe support myself. But the reason that you want to take it now is, France has builds in the bag. France is almost certainly now going to take Liverpool because he's losing Marseille. And if he's pulling pieces, that's a really poor position. So he's got to take the build, take it with the army, and really try and advance through France. And it opens up play in the West for, Germany potentially, or for Russia, depending on how things go. John could make nice now with Russia if he wanted to. Like, he really is in a strong position based on this scenario as unfolding.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, not much else to say, right? The majority of what's happening here is happening in the East, and hopefully Andre is not just totally knocked out by this one loss. I don't think he will be, but I hope it doesn't kind of slow his progress, given that he was my pick, and if John is eating his dots, then that sucks for me.
Well, I mean, you've just got more balance. Like, that's what's happening, is the rest of the board's reading the situation and allowing the player to not grow unchecked.
Yeah.
I feel like Andre's still got a fantastic position. He can hold France is such a defensible position from so many different areas. It would take a lot more than just this loss, but it does require him to shift some units around, which will slow him. So I think the rest of the board's kind of cheering. Everybody except Andre is happy with this.
No,
Absolutely.
I mean, John needed to do this. Like, this is the right play, and it was a mistake. Andre's mistake was not going to Piedmont and holding there. Or if you're doing that, then you need to drop Ruhr to Burgundy, which you can still support Munich from there. Little mistakes like this happen, and you don't see it, or you get lured into it. John's very persuasive, diplomat, and there he is. So we'll see how it plays out. I do think Andre will probably reestablish the line, but still it hurts.
Fall of 1906. Corey, why don't you lead off? We've got some action around Scandinavia.
Yeah, so it looks like instead of taking Liverpool, which, I mean, Andre can take at any time, he's decided to go for Norway, which works. It's excellent play. And probably Dave is pretty thankful about that. I mean, I'm sure they talked about, like, please don't fix your Marseille problem with Liverpool. And I think that makes sense, because I don't see how, taking a unit away from Dave is potentially the right choice at this point. But like we were talking about, John did take Marseille, and at least the fleet is coming into Spain, and Gascony, Spain is not a terrible position.
Yeah, the East, Tanya and Conrad are one player. We will call them, I don't know, Tonrad. I'm not sure. Woodgill, something. But effectively at this point, they're intermixed, and they just are going to stick together. And that's the right thing to do. Conrad's not going to be too upset about retreating to St. Petersburg. They probably even talked about it. He's on his back foot anyway. So, obviously this is not an ideal situation, but that's what you've got to do. I was a little struck by the passivity, if you go back real fast, of Turkey here and Italy a little bit. They kind of are dancing around instead of perhaps driving forward. And that's interesting. I don't know. I might have tried to pivot Sev to Ukraine, supported by Romania, with Armenia to Sev. Try and blow up another Russian unit.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that, about whether or not it was the best use of their time to just keep Armenia over there, or if earlier, potentially in the spring, they could have convoyed Armenia over, and instead of I don't know where the orders are, but it's an interesting position. So I would agree with you, Doug.
All right. In winter of 06, we have a disband of Helgoland and Baltic, a build of an army in Munich. We got Fleet Naples, Army Venice, and we are moving on. Spring of 07. Doug, I'm going to let you start in the east.
The disband of Baltic is really telling here. I mean, obviously he has two fleets, so it's not as big of a deal. But he's also sending a message to the East, like, screw you guys. If you're chewing me up from behind, why am I going to do the work to stop people? I'm not. And so I think that was really very significant. And here we have a situation now where that passivity has allowed Conrad to reestablish something of a line. And he's drawing Germany down into Silesia. And that's not going there to take Russian dots unless Russia's okay with it. It's to control John and Rust. Actually, this is good play by Dave, I think.
Well, and that just takes me back to what Andre, the restraint that Andre put in to not take Liverpool that Corey called out earlier. That's what set this situation up.
Yeah. I mean, so Andre is losing Spain for now, but I mean, he's trading places down to west. So, I mean, it's not like he's just falling to John right now, right? He's still putting up a fight. He still has units down there that are capable of doing something. it does make me interested in thinking, like, why would Russ be willing to give up Bulgaria to John in this particular scenario? Because it doesn't look like John is getting any smaller anytime soon. So if I were him, it's like, okay, I get that you're making gains over there in France, so Khan is going to walk into Bulgaria, or, you know, you and me are going to have a problem.
Yeah. We had some shade thrown at me from Siobhan about the lack of German fleets, but hey, he did build fleets. He lost those fleets. So unlike somebody, Siobhan, who didn't build any German fleets. So come on now. I thought, like, how in the world did Andre manage to retake Marseille there? Like, what in the world is going on over there? Wow. That should not have happened. Nice guess, I guess.
Let's pause here and we'll take a look at Dave Roberts. Dave is our number 30 player coming in as an alternate. His play style is an alliance player. How they got here, a strong showing at VDL. Fun fact, he is a high school history teacher who uses diplomacy in his curriculum. Interestingly, found out in the Deadline interview that he uses colonial diplomacy as his teaching tool. I've heard a lot of teachers using diplomacy, but that's the first I've heard of colonial variant. And recent publicity featured on the February edition of Deadline, DBN's monthly news program, which was released yesterday. We like self-promotion here at DBN. Doug, what can you talk to us about for David Roberts' play based off of his profile or what you're seeing on the board right now?
You know, Dave faced the brunt, of Tanya's displeasure, and has done a good job here, with Tanya and Conrad, two world-class players, sort of pinning him in to reestablish himself. He's obviously going to be incredibly vulnerable to France, but France needs him. And so he's done a very good job of, holding the line as necessary. And, the instinct here for a lot of players is going to be like, I'm going to go grab dots from Russia. I don't necessarily think that's in his interest here. He wants to think through, like, where is this alliance going for me? He's still very much in this game and is playing a strong game under challenging circumstances. So, I'm excited about what Dave has been doing here.
Yeah, I love to see him tap dancing through here. I was in a situation like this for the most recent Windy City Weasels top board, and I did not fare as well. Was eliminated pretty quickly in this kind of position. So as someone who does not play Germany particularly well, I do like to see somebody who's able to keep fighting in rough situations like this. Fall of 1907. Corey, we'll start with you.
Cool.
All right. Well, Kiel walks into Denmark. Not really a surprise, given that it was just sitting there, which is good for him. Gets another build. English is coming down to the MAO, and Andre is keeping Marseille. So fantastic. He was not able to kick Spain out, which, I mean, that makes sense. But all in all, I mean, it looks pretty good. I mean, way to go, Dave. Way to go, Dave, for getting a build.
Yeah, Dave works with Conrad in the East to put Conrad from Galicia into Vienna, and John Anderson is able to parlay the IT into getting him Budapest here. So this is going really, really well still for John. He's in great shape. And I like this. This trade is good for Dave, right? He basically gets an Austrian dot by taking Denmark. And he's got Conrad wholly working with him and helping him against the IT. So this is a good spot for Dave. Frankly, at this point, I'm very, like I said, I'm excited about Dave's position. I'm really excited because I'm pretty sure we're going to see a fleet.
All right. Winter of 1907, we do get a German build and a Italian build. Let's see if we get that fleet. We do. All right. Well, we'll see how that plays out when we come back to this game. We are going to pause here. So remember this moment. We will return to it shortly. So we've got a little bit of action over on our other game. So let's bring that up. All right, it is winter of 1910. We just had a failed draw vote, and we have had the big question was, will Ed make a move? So we'll find out. Spring of 1911. Doug, I'll have you lead off.
Yay. I mean, what's really to say? I mean, I think the most important thing here was, this is good tactics here, convoying over to Prussia and annihilating the unit there in Prussia. So that's nicely done. I talked last week on the stream a little bit about the importance of Prussia and Livonia and how you can orient the stalemate line there. The passivity in the center of the board is inviting England to start coming down here. And now it's going to be really hard to hold Livonia, right? And so Russia's got to rebuild. That's not a unit. So maybe we'll see Russia do something. I don't know. Because the only place it can build is Sevastopol. So it definitely, this is another turn for Ed where he's let a moment pass him by that he could have had.
Doug, let's go ahead. We'll just finish out 1 year at a time. So we'll have you do all of 1911, and then Corey will do 1912. So if you want to finish out the West in spring of 11.
It's a whole lot of red arrows. We've got a big bounce with lots of supports in the Western Med, and Rome goes to Naples. I mean, that's interesting in the abstract, but it's not significant in terms of positioning or maneuvering. If Ed wants to take a swing at Italy, he can walk into Venice and Trieste, and those can't be stopped. Or if he wants to take Sev and Rum, he still has those opportunities in the fall. So we'll see if he does it.
All right, well, the question I have is, does anyone want to win this game? Doug.
Wow. Yes, people do want to win this game, and this is nicely done. So I want to talk about the tactics of this real fast, because this is advanced thinking. Germany just retook Munich, and they were able to do that because of that annihilation in Prussia last turn. Because now Prussia is a free mover and can tap Silesia, and they don't have 4 supports anymore. They only have 3. So by making Berlin the mover, they have a strength of 4 against a defense of 3, all because of that move down to Prussia. So that's how, that's really key. And now Ed has lost Munich. It's not the end of the world for him because he just pulls that unit that was defending it, but it does put Natty back into the game, and it starts to tip some of the balance toward the English, actually, for the long term of this. So this was nice. We're going to see a German army here, which is the correct build.
In winter of 11, we've got a build from Russia and Germany, and we see a German army and a Russian army in Sev. We'll push through here. Corey, why don't you talk to us about 1912?
Okay, so from the excitement of 1911, it seems to have died down a little bit here in 1912 for the spring. Just a lot of holds, not really, no gains made, it looks like. Germany has walked into Holland. So other than that, which could be material, not much else is happening.
Yeah, that could be big. I mean, we'll have to see if he stays there. I mean, if you take a dot from Christian right here, that for Holland, when you're Germany, you can't hold Munich. So he can't be one dotting Christian like that. That can't be happening in this situation. I mean
no, it seems really weird. But I
Rick.
can't figure where he'd be going though, because even if he continues walking, he would still be sitting in a Christian's dot.
Yeah, reputation is really important in diplomacy, particularly in a situation like the circuit where you tend to play with players on a frequent basis. One of the reputations that Christian has established for himself is he will respect you if you make a good stab. But if you make a stab in a situation like this, where he is on the line, he is the one who is holding back an alternate alliance, and all you're doing is replacing your dot with his to no gain of the alliance, he will make you pay by throwing dots. I don't know if that's what's going on here, but if there's not some plan that I'm not seeing, I could see that happening, and I could see that massively changing the dynamic of this game.
Yeah, this is, if this is a one dot, and I can't, like I said, I just can't fathom how you would follow through with this. You've got to be walking back, or it has to be something that they discussed and arranged in some capacity, because this doesn't make any sense in the context of what they were just doing together. And he can't follow it up. He can't do anything to back it up. England's not attacking it. It doesn't make any sense from a stabbing perspective. So I suspect there's something else going on here.
All right, so we've got a call out for a convoy Berlin to Sweden. So we'll see if maybe there's something fancy going on.
And he held.
All right.
That's got to be an arrangement. There's no way. Christian still supporting Munich.
Exactly. I was going to say Christian would not be continuing to support if that was actually a stab. Like, no way. No way.
Maybe it's to trade the fleet in Brest for another German army that can get into the continent. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, hard to say. But you're right. It does have to be arranged with Christian, because those wouldn't have been Christian's moves if that was an ineffectual stab.
Well, the result of that was we end up with a 1, 2, 3, 4-way tie for the top.
Okay.
And we've got
no, I got it now. They're punishing the East. This is what they're doing. So they're evening out the score to reduce the East scores. That by putting everyone at 6. I got it. Okay. This makes sense in the context. If you guys aren't going to stab, then we're going to reduce everyone's scores, and none of you guys are going to make the top board. That's what's happening, I suspect.
And spring of 1913. That's it. Yeah. So we've got the draw ends here. Corey, what are your thoughts? Is this the right result?
Of course not. Of course it's not. Like, no. I mean, we have definitely harped on Ed, and it's not personal, but like, Ed had the opportunity to really be the board top in this game. He had the ability to really have a good showing, an interesting game. It's unfortunate. And from the other players' perspectives, like, I feel like Christian and Jason, they wanted something else. Like, the players on this board did not want a rush to the stalemate line, and they didn't want to lock at the stalemate line for, what was that, 3 or 4 years of not really doing much, trading Marseille, Munich, but not really doing anything. I mean, it's unfortunate, but that is how some games go. I mean, I would hesitate to say that, like, I wouldn't hesitate to say that there are a lot of games that end this way. It's just a rush to the stalemate line, and I don't know if that's the best way to play it in a tournament, particularly this one.
Well, I mean, Ed had 2 opportunities to get really big, at least. I mean, multiple times, where he could have taken and essentially replaced Russia with himself. He had the armies to be able to do that. Jason was tied up still, hadn't even taken St. Petersburg. So, if you take 3 dots from Russia at that point, there's nothing Russia could have done about it. And you got a big result. And we all saw Christian make a swing at Germany, and then the other side of the board didn't follow through. And typically in those kinds of situations, people are having the conversation of like, okay, if you swing, I'll swing. If you take a try, I'll take a try. And then we'll break the dynamic and we'll both get big. And what generally happens is if the other side doesn't follow through on that, you do kind of what happened at the end of the game. It's like, fine, you don't want to play for a big score, then I'm going to punish you, and we're going to reestablish this other power. And it's a very disappointing result. And as a commentator because the opportunity was really there and the flexibility around those alliances just didn't show through. And I don't think in a tournament like this, when you're playing with this many good players, that you can assume that you will get a good result in a later round. You go in, and if you have the chance to get big, you get yourself big.
It's interesting because I actually would say that Ed's play by not stabbing might be the biggest missed opportunity we have seen by far in the tournament. Like, of all the games that have occurred, I mean, I'm not sure that there is something else that would have been as strongly game changing as Ed making a move in the times that you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, we are in the cheap seats, to be fair, right?
Of course.
We're critiquing from afar, and we don't know. There could be diplomatic reasons why that made sense, and that was the correct play for Ed. Maybe, there was an intense frustration that Christian broke a deal or something like that for whatever reason. We don't know. But the way the board looks and the way the tournament is scored, the correct play, regardless of just like what was happening behind the scenes, was for Ed to go and take those dots and to get really big. He could have been at 14 or 15 centers at the end of this, and that's going to be enough probably to get him onto the top board.
Yeah.
I will also point out Chris Kelly says, hey, Christian and Jason both had opportunities to stab each other as well. So I do think it's worth mentioning, like, as much as we're harping on Ed, there were other opportunities. I just feel like the one from Ed was so obvious and could be done without shattering an alliance that Christian and Jason.
I don't love the opportunities for Christian and Jason in that situation. They do have opportunities, but Christian's sitting on the line with Italy. And if you know Christian, and Jason and Christian know each other, at least by reputation, to know that that's not going to play well. And if Jason can't get a situation where he locks down the mid-Atlantic, he shouldn't take that stab, because Christian's going to push Italy over the line. And that's ultimately going to really be a problem for Jason. Christian did stab and took a swing at it. And I think if he felt like there was space for him to do it, he would do it again. I think he felt like I did this once and I couldn't do it again, but he absolutely would have done it again if he felt he could prosecute it effectively. I think Maxime hanging on the line down there was really the problem for him.
All right, well, let's move back to our next game. And we are back in action on Fred Davis. It is winter of 1907. We've got a army build for Dave Roberts in Berlin. We've got Fleet Rome. We're going to go ahead and split this by year again, and we'll start with Corey. Corey, take us through spring of 1908.
Okay, so we got some good movement here. Turkey's coming over, Italy's pushing over, trying to get up there, to match the units with Dave, and Conrad takes a hit. He loses Moscow. Interesting move from Russ to go back to Smyrna from Aegean. Not quite sure what's up with that. And John remains pushing forward. I mean, he's gaining good ground. It's hard for me to see how he's getting stopped at this point. I mean, granted, he has lost a fleet in Spain, but it to me doesn't look like a catastrophic loss as far as like him being successful with this campaign goes.
I suspect that Conrad knew that his time was up here, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. He certainly could have stopped Seb to Moscow if he wanted to, but the supported attack on Warsaw, he was moving north to Livonia already, so he was probably told, like, dude, I'm cutting you out of this game. I guess. So basically, he's probably ceding the line at this point to Turkey because France and Germany are messing with him.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like that's a legitimate position for Conrad right now.
Yeah.
All right, fall of 1908. Things are looking pretty good for John Anderson.
Ooh, he loses another fleet. That's unfortunate. But I mean, he's taken a Russian dot, so he's gotten Vienna. He doesn't take Marseille back. Does lose the fleet, but he's holding on for the most part. I mean, he's going to drop down one.
He's got 3
Just
builds.
one. Yeah.
Or 2 builds, I think, because he's had 2 fleets annihilated, and he retook Vienna.
And he took Vienna, yeah. So it's not terrible. I mean, I'm sure he's not having a great time having to start back over, but at least the boot's not that far from the action. And I'm glad to see that Russ is getting some dots here. I wonder what happened with going to Smyrna and then coming back to Aegean, maybe just for funsies. Took a trip back to Turkey. And other than that, I mean, it looks pretty chaotic, but not really that anything has happened other than what we've discussed.
I mean, good tactics by Andre here to blow up 2 fleets. I love when you do that, because then, you just don't have those units. It doesn't really materially hurt Dave's position or John's position. He's still doing really well here. I think, more interesting is take a look at the 2 retreats to Galicia after the dislodge. Both of those units go boom. And, all of a sudden, effectively, both of those units are gone. And so you end up with more vacuum in that center of the board.
I did not notice that. Thanks for pointing it out. Fascinating. I mean, Conrad's not going to be able to do anything about that, right? Because at the end of this year, he's holding only Warsaw, correct? Moscow's out, Vienna's out, Sweden's out. So he's not going to be able to do much with it. I would like to see, Russ play a little bit here and take his builds and push against John, because I'm not really seeing anyone else on the board. Andre's already in an active fight, but he's not going to make any huge gains. But Russ could change this. Russ could put some pressure on John.
The thing here that's good is, Dave gets to build. Like he gets to build in Kiel, which is really important at this point for him, because there's nothing that's stopping France from taking Denmark with Russia's help, for example. Just keep in mind sort of the vulnerability that Germany has to France going all around. And now I just want to point out, like, France, if you're everyone on the board, you need to start doing the count. Okay. And I say the count is you do not like the count 1 French dot, but rather like, oh goodness, like he could get to 18, right? Let's do the count. He's at 10. He's got Liverpool. It's 11. Holland, Denmark, St. Petersburg. Oh crap. We can't let him get Munich. We can't let him get Tunis. So France has like a huge potential in the offing, and it's in everyone else's interest now to be like, no, we need you to stop. But they can't do a lot to slow him down because of the positioning. So, France has taken the reversal in the South and has really brought it back. I mean, nice job by Andre. Let's give some real credit and plaudit here for some really strong play.
Well, let's take a look at Zach's facts for Andre Gribikov. Coming in as our number 8 seed, also another Alliance player. Got here by winning Tempest Birthplace USSR. Started playing Diplomacy in May of 2020, and look at him now. I have played for over 30 years and don't think I would qualify here. So well done. Have they passed their bar exam? You bet he has. Other gaming interests, like many in this hobby, poker and chess. Doug, what stands out to you about Andre?
What's he wearing on his face? It's an interesting mask, I guess is what I would say.
Maybe he got to Target and didn't have a mask, so whatever fabric he was able to find in the backseat of his car became an impromptu mask.
I think it really, when you think about the other gaming interests and the length of time that he's been playing, it shows that skills that make somebody a good diplomacy player really do translate from other games. Just because somebody has been playing diplomacy for a long time or a short time doesn't necessarily mean they're a good or a bad player. The fact that he is a strong chess player and a strong poker player and really plays both of those skills, sort of the read of the board, the diplomacy of, and the strategy and understanding how things move. We've certainly seen his strategic and tactical abilities on display in this game.
Yeah. Corey, what about you? To talk to us a little bit about the player, but also the position.
I mean, I think he's done relatively well for himself. I think he has an interesting position, right? Because Andre and John have been pretty big players in this game, and he's still holding strong. I mean, he hasn't exploded, but he's not down like we've seen for a lot of Germany's in this tournament. It seems like a good position to be in for this particular tournament, just that he's doing all right.
I love the prisoner's dilemma that you have for Russ Dennis right now. Russ has dots just sitting there, just so like ready to be taken in hand. But by doing so, you're weakening the only player who's really able to slow down Andre, who is tied for the board top. So do you go and get yours, or do you have to work with John? Does Russ have play elsewhere? That's what I'm keeping an eye on. Doug, why don't you talk to us about what happens in 1909?
Andre is going to go for it because of course he is, with those builds, he's got enough armies he needs to have enough armies that he can hold against Germany. If Germany comes in, he can go to the channel with that. He has plenty of fleets to play north and south now. So you can, expect what he needs to do. I have to assume at this point, the Kiel army is basically telling France, like, hey, you got the board top here, like, I'll help you. I'm not going to put any fleets down, but if you mess with me, I'm going to roll in with my armies. You can send that signal. But, to answer the prisoner's dilemma question, Russ doesn't need a big result. He's got a big result already. And the person who was closest to him, sort of outside of those solos, was Conrad, who is slowly but surely being eliminated from the game. John played last week and got an elimination. So from Russ's perspective, as long as he gets a reasonable result out of this game, John's not going to exceed his score. Conrad isn't. Russ is putting himself in position to make the top board right here. And so he does not need to stab, nor does he want to. He has every incentive to try and grab Warsaw and support John in his position and leave it at that.
And Doug, what I love about what you're saying there is tournament diplomacy is a variant. It is not one single game. It is a collection of multiple games whose scores combine for the ultimate winner of that event. And that's what we could potentially see Russ doing here. You're saying he may not need to lose. It could be short-sighted to go for a large result, maybe increase his score slightly that he doesn't need if it risks putting somebody else into a position that could have a greater effect on him down the road.
Exactly right.
Love it.
And I would expect here, if what I think is happening, he's going to slide Aegean to the Ionian. John really should have built a fleet in Rome instead of in Naples. So maybe that's not going to happen, so that he could support Gulf of Leon in place. But maybe he's just going to cede Gulf of Leon and go to Tuscany with that. I don't know. But that fleet in the Aegean is almost certainly going over to help support Tunis, is my guess.
All right. Doug, keep us going. Spring of 1909.
Well, he decides to walk away. The rest of the moves make total sense. He's going to keep Conrad in the game, or make sure that he gets that dot. And actually, and from his perspective, helping Conrad out probably is a thing he can do without a lot of concern. The rest of this is a lot of positioning. Andre is doing what he needs to do here to protect the South and then access his growth in the North. Going to Gascony is really very important. Belgium is irrelevant at this moment in time, so focus on Gascony and locking down the stalemate line, and then try and see if you get John making a mistake down south. So I like that positioning. The rest of it is, John putting himself on the stalemate line with Russ intermixed so that they might be able to get some gains out of Germany, or so that they're in position to just call this draw. But I do expect Andre's going to veto the draw until such time as maybe he gets St. Petersburg, maybe they leave Tanya in there, but he's going to want to maximize his score for sure.
Well, the other thing that's interesting to me about this relationship is it's very likely Conrad and Russ are going to be playing together again on the top board. So like they could be forward thinking a little bit. Why take one dot that's going to be immaterial to the result of making the bigger goal of getting on into that Super 7, and instead, hey, let's work together.
Yeah, I think in this situation, John is the one that needs to make something happen. He this is his last game. He's going to try to make something happen. And I can't remember if Andre's playing 2 games here today.
Yeah, I don't remember that one either. So
neither do I.
All right, fall of 09. Doug.
Russ is giving John a dot. That has to have been planned. That's really interesting to me. He walked out of rum, gave John rum. Wow, that's fascinating. The rest of this is pretty simple positioning. A lot of support orders, a lot of stuff holding still, and you see those French fleets beginning to move for position. Going to the North Sea, going to the Irish Sea. Dave knows eventually he's going to lose Liverpool. I'm sure he's made his peace with that over time. But it looks like there's an interesting alliance dynamic to me. Like Russ is helping John top, and Andre's like, "Are you kidding me? No way! I'm going to do my best to get these dots."
Yeah, and I did just hear that that Andre, this is his first game. So he will have more points, and that's got to be going into the mental calculus that these players are working their way through right here when they're talking about their alliance structures.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, excellent play from him for his first game. Like, I feel like this is what we wanted to see on people's first games, and definitely their second game if they were on their second.
Yeah, I mean, the question here as this goes on is Andre's got to make a real calculation on how much does he want to take off Germany, and how is Germany going to react to that? In theory, right, if you kind of count up like what Andre's eventually going to be able to lock down, he's got 11, 12, 13, 14, maybe 15. But if he irritates Dave can make it so that he only really gets 13, maybe 14 at max. He can make it painful to get Kiel, Berlin, and Munich.
All right. Well, in winter of 1909, we see John Anderson going up 1, thanks to the generosity of Russ, who goes down 1. He builds a fleet in Naples, and Russ disbands the fleet in Smyrna. So that pretty much seals off or reduces that temptation for Russ to make a play. He passed that up in the already. Corey, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1910?
All right. Well, North is coming into Denmark, and Denmark heads to Sweden. Interesting trade. I'm assuming this is just to get Andre's fleet through. I can't imagine that this wasn't a discussed set of moves. I do find it interesting that Kiel is moving to Holland. I don't know if maybe that's just to further de-incentivize Andre for thinking that Dave is just an easy target. But other than that, it really just looks like people are getting to the line pretty standard. I'm interested to see what North now in Denmark and Denmark now in Sweden do. Maybe it's just a straight trade.
All right. Well, in the fall, let's pay attention to what is going on in the East.
Oof. All right. Well, Russ is getting some dots back. Interesting from Bulgaria and Romania. Is he going to Romania? He is. Interesting. But John has slipped into Aegean. So I wonder if they have just broken down and John has said, hey, my dots are unfortunately your dots, Russ, and I'd like to have them now, which is interesting because that certainly makes Andre's race with him more dynamic, right? Now they're really talking about like who is actually going to get to this top number. And Dave, oh my goodness. All right, there's a lot in here. All right, Dave has walked into Belgium. I feel like I was not the right commenter for this. And Andre is now in Liverpool. So this is a real race. This really looks like, good God, Andre and John are just going to go for it in their respective hemispheres. And whoever gets to it first, which is exciting. Now we have a real race. Oh my gosh.
This is turning into a foot race for sure. It is going to be a sprint to the finish.
Oh my gosh.
Love to see this movement. Let's take a look real quick at Russ Dennis making a move here.
I just a question, Brian, like what is Russ's score? Like if Russ gets hit hard this time, is he out, or does he have one of those two giant 300 scores?
Russ topped his first round board, so he is the one who can take the risks here.
Oh man.
John is the one who needs the big play along with Andre. So Russ coming in at the number 21 seed, showing the fabulous 80s style. He is supremely trustworthy until about 1908, maybe a little bit later in this game. How they got here by dominating as England throughout the 2020 season. Russ has consistently played well as England. Wrote a fantastic article in the Diplomacy Briefing about that play. Definitely recommend you check that out. He knows what he is talking about for English play. What has he done for us lately? He is the editor-in-chief of the aforementioned Diplomacy Briefing. Face-to-face diplomacy involvement. Russ is helping build a face-to-face diplomacy club in Detroit. If you are in the area, sound off and chat. We will get you in touch with him. Check out the Community Growth Initiative on the WDC Discord channel. Those links will be in our chat. Doug, besides the absolutely fantastic sense of style, what can you tell us about Zach's profile and his play on this turn?
Well, we've seen, that he is an extremely patient, long-range thinking player here. So the play style is supremely trustworthy until about 1908. Just because he's not stabbing you right now doesn't mean he's not thinking about stabbing you. Really like his play today. Understand what he's doing, and best picture, I think, by far, as well.
Corey,
I love his little hat. It's so cute. The little hat. And I mean, I think that's great that Russ is trying to get something going in Detroit. I'm frankly surprised Detroit is still a major city even after the recession. I would have thought that they would have enough players. So congrats on him getting that started or continuing it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will just point out that at the top of the show, we were talking about how Turkey is another corner power. It's one of the Wicked Witch of the South, as opposed to England as the North. There are a lot of similarities between the play styles for both of those powers in that you can be a pretty patient player. Something I appreciate about Russ is he's one of the most competitive players in the diplomacy hobby right now. He does not like to lose. I am so curious to see how he responds to this right now. We've got some fireworks.
Well, I love, Dave also, like, not just sitting back and letting, France take his dots. He's like, you're taking my dots? Well, I'm taking your dots, and I think he's building. He lost two, but he gained Belgium, Warsaw, and Sweden, so he's up one. Mm-hmm. So, France has a fight on his hands here, and that's fun.
So does John. John doesn't have to walk in the park either. They have a legitimate race. That's awesome.
Yeah, John's got a couple of easy disbands. Yeah, that's. I'm not sure I would have done Piedmont. I probably would have done Bohemia, but that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got in winter of 1910, the board has responded to the number 1 seed. We say farewell to Tanya Gill. Put up a fight, one heck of a fight, but it was too much by the time we reached 1910. We've got Andre building 1. We've got Dave building 1. And most of these dots are coming at the cost of John Anderson, who disbands 2. Rough turn for them. Let's keep going. Oh, yes. Also, my pick for who will win this game, we say farewell to Conrad. This is why you are the analysts and I am just sitting in the host chair. So in spring of 1911, Doug, it is your turn. How does the board respond to the chaos that just happened?
More chaos. I kind of feel here maybe Germany and France are okay with each other because there's no real reason to be holding in Belgium. So I don't know exactly what's happening there, but we'll keep an eye on that. And also the support for Warsaw to Moscow by France is a pretty strong indicator. So maybe they are aligning some units and just going to trade dots and be okay with things. The more exciting part is the East, where we have, Russ is not going to get away with this scot-free. It's going to require 3 units in the north to hold Moscow against the Western powers. And John has the opportunity to like poke at Ukraine, and then he's going to lose Moscow. In the meantime, we've got some fleet maneuvering, but nothing super exciting over there. John is in position to potentially, he will get Romania this turn. It looks to me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
this may not work out for Russ. He could be going down 2 right here.
Let's see who comes out ahead with this move.
Ooh.
Oh, they didn't do it in the north. Oh, oof.
Interesting.
Interesting is right. Germany gave Belgium back. I mean, he couldn't hold it, but he walked out of it. And the West line is basically reestablishing using Tyrolia. It's interesting that they didn't take Moscow. I think that Andre, he's got the board top right now. I think Dave in Germany is willing to let him have that. And, they're trying to push for a draw now, is my guess.
Yeah. Interesting that there was nobody lost anything in the East. I would not have guessed that for this turn.
The supported attack on Bulgaria is fine, right? The tactics that John made are all good. The assumption is that, that Russ loses Moscow. That didn't happen. So, that is intriguing to me.
All right. Well, in winter of 1911, we've got another fleet build by Andrei Gribakov. We've got Dave Roberts saying farewell to his fleet in Livonia. Our current standings, we've got Andrei taking a commanding lead now at this point with 12 centers. Thanks in part to the adjustments that were done between John and Russ, is how I would describe them. Corey, this feels like a good time for a pause here. Who do you like? Can anybody stop Andre?
I don't think anyone can stop Andre by play. I think that you could stop Andre by choosing to, for lack of better purposes, stop playing diplomacy and start playing what do I need to give you so that you have whatever it is you need for the tournament. But Andre, I think, is got it as far as play goes.
Doug, what's your prediction?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, not only does Andre have it, if Russ pushes John too much, Andre's going to solo. So, at this point, John can throw a solo, and if Russ makes him mad, and that's not stoppable at this point. John has that power at this point in the game.
Well, in spring of 1912, we had a draw vote. What do you predict will happen here, Corey?
I think it's accepted.
Doug?
John, he's probably doing some math right now, and maybe if he gets a couple of dots, he gets there, and he might be vetoing it to plead his case with Russ of like, dude, like either you help me or I'm gonna let Andre solo, and I'm gonna punish the rest of the board. I don't know that would be John's play here, but the way this board is right now, he cannot hold the Med. He's going to lose Gulf of Leon and West Med, and then he will lose Tunis unless he decides and elects to do that. The moment that Tunis falls, Andre can solo this board. Now he needs Munich still, but he could get Munich eventually because John's not helping Dave support that. So he does have some leverage over Russ. And Russ could elect to say like, hey, I'll put you into Warsaw. Is that enough? And so I think that there's some play here left to be had. And honestly, if I'm Andre, I would have kept going.
Kept going. All right, Doug, talk to us. Why do you not agree with this?
Well, there's nothing. Andre has Holland and Denmark guaranteed, and in a tournament like this, there's no reason not to go and get those for the long term. You might basically sacrifice any opportunity in the Med, going and getting 2 more dots or 3 dots or 4 dots with Berlin, maybe. That's a lot of points getting to 16 from this point. And you might be under a time crunch because the next round is going to start, so maybe you want to call it. But the difference in getting those additional dots can be decisive in making the top board. So from Andre's perspective, I would want to keep playing. And Dave can't stop you, and John can't stop you from getting those. Those are locks.
Corey, what about you? What are your feelings for this game?
I mean, I think it was a good game. I think that they really tried to play their best. I think there are some external factors right now that's maybe causing people to not want to continue for the last couple dots. The next round is coming up, and several of these people are in that round. We saw something fun. We saw them make a race. We saw them actively attack each other. They didn't have a passive game, and I think that's really all we can ask for as commentators. I hope that John is able to get into the top 7 with his score, but even if he's not, I think everyone played really well.
Conrad, who was in this game, posted that Andre was also working. So that's a good reason to potentially end the game. So
Wow. Well, I want to thank the players for what has been by far my favorite game of the tournament so far. This had it all. We saw a balance of power to start this out, lots of shifting dynamics, which always is entertaining to watch. It settled into a couple of strong alliances, so we've got to see some alliance play take place. And then we, like Corey was saying at the end, we saw Andre make a move to try and win this game. Didn't end up with the solo, but ended up with a pretty large board top. So congratulations to Andre Gribikov for his 12 Center France. 120 points and another round. Not guaranteed to make it into the Super 7, but I think he's got a pretty good shot. He's got to feel pretty good about his next round.
Yeah, he played great. And also, Russ, he punched his ticket for sure. Yeah. He's got 2 results, a big one in this one, and he set himself up. So, the image of what the top board is really starting to come clear. So nicely done by Russ as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
So I think one thing that is worth pointing out that I really appreciate about all of the players in this board in particular, I think they were playing with the end in sight. This game had a lot of decisions that I think were potentially impacted not just by what was going on in this game, but preparing and setting up for tonight's round. So those players who needed to protect their large score, like Russ, did a very good job at that. And the other players who were trying to set themselves up for the next round also did that pretty well. So tonight's broadcast, which I believe starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central, is going to be really dynamic. I'm sorry, 10 Eastern, 9 Central.
I was gonna say that's
Time
not
zones
right.
are hard, y'all. Come on. So, yeah, I mean, Tanya Gill, number one player, did not have a score. She is one of the most competitive players that I know. I know she's going to be hungry for tonight's game. We're going to have some fireworks tonight. The last chance. I'm excited.
Yeah. And this game, I know, like we're talking about tonight, I just really want to say, like, this was a joy to watch. You know, it's hard to play those games like Tanya, where you have multiple players attacking you and they just see it through. But, you know, so that's diplomacy sometimes. And the mark of good players is, like, not just giving up. It's also the dynamic defense, Conrad and Tanya working together, slowing people down and doing everything they can, throwing out those diplomatic entreaties. Dave Roberts, under pressure, you know, resuscitates his position and gets a reasonable result out of that as a return. A lot of fun with that. Really good play all around by everyone. This was a joy to watch. Really fun game.
Well, let's take a look at our current standings after the end of this round, of round 3 of the DBNI. We've got Marcus Zylstra maintaining his first place, 392 points. Peter McNamara in second at 340. Russ Dennis with 210 points. Basically looks like a lock to make it into the top 7. Andre Gribikov did his work for the morning round, 120 points. I think that's safe. I'd have to do the math. It'll be close, but it looks he's got to be real happy. Maxine Popov, 108 points. Sergey Sergeyan in 102 points. These will be your nervous players who we need to watch closely. They both punched in both of their rounds. Their scores are locked in, and they're just going to have to sit back and watch. I'm not sure 100 points is going to be enough. It'll be really, really close. Conrad Woodring, 2 rounds, 100 point and 1-0 may not be enough. Natty Schaefer at 70, John Anderson with 58, Christian Klein rounding out your top 10 with 52 points. Moving on to our next group of players, 11 to 20, we see Ed Sullivan with 1 game and 52 points. Jason Massbaum, 1 game and 52 points. Dave Roberts, 1 game and 46, but he was an alternate, so that may be it for Dave. Ben Kelman is 2 games and 40 points, so we will say farewell to Ben. Nicola has 1 more game to play at 40 points. Hunter, we say farewell with 34 points. Brad, farewell with 30. Jackson, farewell with 28. Tommy with 22. Alessandro, I believe, may have withdrawn, if I recall correctly. And rounding out positions 21 to 30. Craig Mayer has a shot with perhaps a solo, but it'll be a reach. Estacio, I believe, has withdrawn. Farron has another round to play. Karthik, another round. Matthew, Morgante, Riaz, Siobhan, Tanya, and Tom Moe, all with 1 round each to play, all fighting for some really large points. It's looking to me like we'll probably need to be around the 100-point range at a minimum to make it into the top 7. Do we have any predictions on what's going to happen tonight?
Those 2 games are going to be just brutal. you have, I was taking notes, you've got like 10 people, I think, out of the 14 who are in contention that can get there. And, you know, for me, one of the storylines that I think could really like carry through is, you know, Ed not putting the dagger in and really taking that, you know, he could be on a board with 6 people that have zeros, you know, and they're all like, you've got points, munch, we kill you. And, you know, as a consequence, he doesn't have the points to get in. You know, you just can't predict what's going to happen in those types of games. So you want to get those points. But, you know, Christian Klein, Nicolas Sahuguet, I mean, oh my goodness, those are going to be fun to watch.
And I know that we all made predictions at the start before we began this tournament about our top 7. And I've got some I'm feeling pretty good about. And I've got some other people that we'll have to find out. Some surprise names that you would expect to be in that top 7 that are going to have to work to get their way in. Corey, what are you looking to see tonight?
I'm looking to see no draws. I want double solos. I want double solos. I mean, frankly, if you're all those people with zeros in one game, they are going to be hungry. If you want to stay in, you are going to have to make a big move. You are going to have to try. You can't wait. You can't do this 5-player draw. It's not going to work. I really want to see people going for it. I will be definitely watching. Absolutely. I am so pumped. I also have my picks. Some of them may be in that 0 category. So if you are one of those, please get a solo.
And we will be reviewing all of those predictions along with the community's predictions for those who participated during our first broadcast during next week's top board, where we will cover our Super 7 and find out who wins the first ever Diplomat of the Year and the Callhammer Cup. Tonight, do not miss it. I am expecting fireworks. Please tune in at 10 Eastern, 9 Central. We will see you all there. Siobhan is not here, so in her honor, I will say stay safe and sab well. Have a good night.